And it's hard to get over such a beautiful lie when I still want you closer. I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why. No matter what I do, I keep on falling for you. It's hard to get over such a beautiful lie when I still want you closer. I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why. No matter what I do, I keep on falling for you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the live stream. Hump day today, Wednesday, middle of the week. And right now we do have the S&P gapping up slightly. So yesterday was a very, very choppy range. If you tried trading the indices, you would have got chopped up in every direction. We just look at this 5-minute chart of SPY and really look what happened. It just went up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. So really there was no trending direction, which is actually healthy. That makes me believe that we could set up for a trend day at some point this week. A really, really nice trend day to the upside. I'm still bullish on the market. I just want to see us kind of get above some key levels here to resume this uptrend. I would actually love to see another inside day, trend day, or sorry, a choppy inside day. Still, what I'm seeing in the market is a rotation of capital. It is clearly occurring to me. I mean, there's a lot of mixed price action across the board, and that mixed price action is being observed throughout the whole market. You're seeing a lot of stocks up, a lot of stocks down, and I like that. I really, really like that. So let's just dump into quickly some few things here. So WTI crude futures market slightly green. Russell RTY slightly green. SPX slightly green. NASDAQ slightly green. So you're getting some positive price action across the board. Gold right now in the futures market is slightly down. So again, that's showing that people are yet again accumulating a little bit more risk assets. So good to see that. A little bit of the volatility is being sucked out of the market. That does help indices want to push higher. What I'm observing here in the crypto space is you're getting a decent reaction in Bitcoin, Ethereum, and the likes. So crypto's starting to see a decent amount of buying pressure, so to speak. So let's quickly go through some of these charts here. Just scanning the pre-market before we jump into some individual names here. Another day where there's some mixed market price action. Some stocks up, some stocks down. Right now, yields are kind of just flat on the session. 2 yield flat, 10-year, 20-year, 30-year, all flat on the session. Natural gas is down on the session as well. I think that there's a day trade, a scalp long here. Obviously, I am long via swing trade, which I'm currently down on. But I think that nat gas can try to stage a recovery here. I think they're sweeping a lot of liquidity down here, piercing a major trend line of support before we get at least a little bit of a dead cat bounce to retrace, 30 to 50% of this down move. But nat gas, there might be a day trade scalp here long on BOIL. So I am liking the potential negative divergence, and honestly, it's almost ready for a scalp long down here. I'm considering actually entering the pre-market as we speak. Actually, this might be a trade setup here in the pre-market, guys. Down 2.81%. Yeah, I actually like nat gas here, guys. I'm going to take a stab on the long side of BOIL, guys. I'm entering here at 41.10 on BOIL. This is aggressive. I'm going to do this 1/3 position on BOIL. 41.10. So again, I'm entering a trade here. We don't often do this, but pre-market action is setting up here. So first entry is 41.10. It's even a little slightly lower than that. But I'm long BOIL, buying natural gas here. Leverage play. 41.10. So we're already getting some pre-market action again. So we'll continue to watch that. And then the second entry on Boyle, if needed, is going to be around 60 cents lower, 40.50. And then 39.90. Those are the three ad levels, okay? Good morning, Sarfaraz. All right, so again, just a heads up, I am long Boyle, 41.10, 1/3 position entry. Day trade scalping natural gas, trying to bottom tick this name. All right. So again, we're trying to bottom tick nat gas here. 1/3 entry so far. It is melting here to the downside, natural gas. So we'll continue to watch that as we scan for more pre-market setups. All right, so let's scan through some other charts here. Again, we do have a little bit of data today. We have FOMC minutes at 2, Atlanta Fed GDP at 1. Then you have the 10-year note auction at 1 o'clock. So there is some market moving data this morning that can dictate a direction here. The US dollar here, briefly. US dollar right now is running into a little bit of near-term resistance. It still had a really strong bounce to the upside, but definitely hitting some near-term resistance on the Dixie. You can see that this is your previous consolidation pivot where the dollar had a bounce and then a breakdown. So naturally, there's going to be a little bit of profit taking, but I do suspect that we're probably going to try to test this upsloping trend line, this downsloping trend line before we take the next leg lower. Just consolidating, holding this impulse green candle bar. Gold right now is still okay. This is honestly healthy for gold to push higher. If you get a couple daily closes below this wide range green bar candle, then gold should break the 3200 level and try to test 3150, 3125. I'm extremely bullish on Bitcoin, guys. BTC looking very strong today on the session. So you all know we've been accumulating IBIT calls. We have a long position in BITO, but I'm very bullish on Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin is staging a breakout of this inverse head and shoulders pattern, and it's likely going to be pushing higher here in the near term. All right, guys, I just added to my Boyle again. I just added to my Boyle at 40.36. Again, this is a pre-market trade. Nat gas is absolutely knifing here. 40.36. That's 2 of 3. Final entries around this 39.90. Okay, but Boyle's starting to really take it on the chin here. Nat gas falling sharply in the session, down 3.38%. Sorry, natural gas is down right now a little bit more, down 3.69%. Looking at crude oil is into some near-term resistance. You're at the top of this flag pattern. You've rejected once, trying to form a higher low intraday. So for crude oil, the level that the bulls want to maintain is simply this key trend line, this forming this higher low. But the problem with crude oil here is there could be a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern. So we took monster profits yesterday on XOM, and I was anticipating this rally into this resistance, which we got. But now crude oil could be setting up for a breakdown, guys. So just as people get bulled up on crude, we kind of now have to just be mindful that if this is a daily chart bear flag pattern, energy stocks will certainly take it on the chin. This could easily be a bear flag on the daily. The only positive is that crude is still holding above this long-term trend line. But if you break that trend line, crude's a short down to 62, and then honestly this $56 level again. So just be aware that crude oil could be in for some choppy waters here. Inventories at 10:30 can dictate a move. All right, let's go through some individual names here. So we're seeing AES gapping up quite sharply here. There's probably news on this name. Let's see what we got. AES is considering a sale after interest from major firms like Brookfield and BlackRock. The stock surged 11% post-market and rose 14.3% after hours. So there is a market cap of 7.8 billion. A electric utilities company potentially wanting to sell to BlackRock and the likes. So that name is into some near-term resistance. And the question is this going to really occur, this sale? Or is it just kind of a one and done? Because if it does potentially want to occur, then we have some considerable upside to about $15, $16. But I don't like trading this news type of event. There might be an actionable trade here, but it's not really my favorite setup, especially when the stock is in pretty much this really nasty downtrend and still points to a little bit lower price. You are hitting kind of this double bottom zone, maybe a stage 1 basing formation. But you really need to see a weekly close above these pivots to distinguish potentially a higher move. But that is seeing some volume here. Positive price action in the pre-market. DT, Dynatrace. Slightly positive. Let's look at LYV. LYV as well, gapping up slightly. Looking like it's a bit of choppiness here in this pattern. And I'm about to take my final entry in BOIL, guys. BOIL. That is coming into play at $39.90. Natural gas is absolutely getting slaughtered, down 4% right now. Let's look at BYD. Nothing really trading there. Let's look at ticker run. Ticker run is gapping up after that hard sell-off session yesterday. Very interesting. Beautiful move in Starbucks today. Look at that monster breakout in Starbucks. Good to see. We're long the common shares off of this 91.48 level. But Starbucks has had an epic breakout. And this is where it's like, you know, the market almost does kind of the opposite of what people anticipate. You have Luckin Coffee coming into the US market, trying to make a splash, which in theory, from the logical standpoint, would be it should take some market share from Starbucks. But remember, the market is always forward looking. So how many investors already knew that Luckin Coffee was coming into the market? Likely a whole bunch. Alright guys, I just took my final entry in Boyle. 39.86. That took a full position very quickly. Wow. I have a full position very quickly here. $39.86. So I now have a full position in BOIL, and this is a natural gas levered play. I think you're seeing this really large fake out, shakeout, monster sell-off in nat gas. You got a really sharp hourly divergence, positive, a 4-hour divergence. No daily divergence yet, but the intraday, I mean, getting absolutely slaughtered. Really big divergence. Breaking key support levels, heading to $3 if we don't firm up here. So we'll see if it wants to firm up or keep knifing through. Alright, let's look at a couple other things here. Interesting price action in banks here. So we obviously took profits on our 290 puts on JPM. That is gapping up this morning on a couple upgrades. So JP Morgan bouncing sharply here from 282 to 286. Let's look at Citigroup. That's also finding some volume. Let's look at Bank of America. Bank of America also gapping up sharply on the session. So banks are catching a little bit of momentum this morning on the back of an upgrade. Definitely positive to see. Another strong move in AI. That's also gapping up a couple percent on the session. Let's look at Charles River, CRL. Charles River also trying to break out of this micro consolidation pattern. It's looking very, very strong, CRL. I mean, it's triggered this inverse head and shoulders pattern. It looks like it's at least going to test this 180 level, 179, 180 level. Looking at Tesla this morning. Tesla's just trading in kind of no man's land right now. Below this key trend line of support, you are above a volume weighted average price zone here. You're currently below the value area low. Sorry, you're actually above the value area low, which is a short-term positive sign because there is a substantial amount of volume that has traded here on the accumulation side. So Tesla's still just kind of doing its thing, backing and filling, trying to shake off some of this news press from Elon Musk and Trump. But maybe there's some early signs here of a near-term bottom. If it can hold this higher low here on Tesla, you have this really weird looking inverse head and shoulders pattern. It's not your nicest pattern to look at, but it's there. It's there. I'm still going to remain bullish on Tesla. Even if we flush to this head and shoulders target, I still think Tesla's into a decent area to accumulate for a little bit of a few months out. Let's look at Meta, META. So Meta gapping up a little bit. Meta is trying to form this breakout pattern. Another one that has this inverse head and shoulders. I think this is one that we can look for a continuation long day trade. I'm suspecting Meta to probably retest 731. That could happen today. Meta could see a pretty substantial rally to the upside. I think that you are seeing some inflows into the communication basket. So we might have a day trade. We could even have a 10-point rally in Meta today. Just a heads up. Google as well, that's catching a bounce, and this is why I think that communication stocks could be ready. Google bounced sharply off of its 200-day moving average. It backtests its little breakout fair value zone. You're hitting your standard deviation band 1. A lot of volume. This is a previous POC. point of control from this recent rally on Google. Google has this inverse head and shoulders as well. I like Google in the long term. Obviously, we have accumulated some call options on the swing side, but another name that I think is due for a bit of a continuation trend today. We'll certainly watch that. Okay. Apple right now, not too strong. Apple just hovering in no man's land. I think Apple just needs to go through a little bit more backing and filling. You know, you've had 2 consecutive days of kind of subsided profit taking, and Apple I would like to see retest this 205 level, creating a higher low, and then a complete breakout out of this range. Remember, this is a tough range for Apple to break out of. You're going back to here, actually really here. You had this consolidation breakout, then a big breakdown, then you broke out again, bounced. Then you had a massive consolidation breakdown here. So there's a lot of volume traded here on Apple, and Apple just needs some time. So I'm bullish Apple. I very am much bullish Apple over the long term. You know, call it 6 months, but in the near term, we just need to see a little bit more backing and filling, and then I think Apple will start to get going. nvidia gapping up to 161. nvidia is going for new all-time highs yet again, and I do believe it did it in the pre-market, but nvidia is just a beast day after day. Rarely any sort of profit taking or dip, which shows you that the AI semiconductor trend is still soaring and roaring. Now the question is, where is nvidia going? Well, we've drawn this channel on nvidia that we've been chopping near the highs of it for quite a long time. We bounced off of it, had a sell off, bounced again, had a sell off. But notice that as we're hitting the top side of this nvidia channel now, the sell offs are becoming weaker and weaker. So that means that the resistance level, the volume is chewing through those sellers at this area. So it means that we need to revise our upside target on nvidia. Okay. So nvidia right now is testing its value area high. This is a considerable amount of volume that's traded here. We get through this on a couple hour closes, and that's setting up for nvidia to basically blast through and make a new soaring and roaring trend. So the area of resistance that I'm now looking at on nvidia is all the way up here. Pivot high to pivot high. We're looking at 162. That could easily happen today. 162.50 on nvidia. So don't be surprised if nvidia tries to keep soaring and roaring. It is creating another upsloping wedge pattern, which again statistically is bearish, but nvidia has the previous price history of negating bearish technical patterns. I mean, it's just a monster. All right. Tough short on nvidia. I think it's looking like it's going to trend even higher. Definitely. All right, Anonymous saying XBI. Let's just quickly go through the rest of the mega caps. So now we're looking at Amazon. Prime Day has commenced. Amazon getting a nice bounce today. So that's a very, very strong move for ticker AMZN. Again, I was wanting Amazon to hit this rather large upsloping trend line. We never ever officially tested it. Maybe it doesn't even come back there, but Amazon, I was hoping that it would at least retest this wedge pattern low. And right now it's not doing that. So maybe it starts to come back down, but I would only consider going long off of the support level. I mean, even the aggressive type here, you can see that it just missed this previous pivot high. I guess if you adjust it to it, actually hit it pretty much to a T. So maybe Amazon's ready to pretty much trend here off of the support zone, but I was looking for a back test of this wedge pattern, and if it hits that area, we would consider definitely a long swing trade. All right, let's look at Mr. Softy, Microsoft. Another strong session on Microsoft. Look at this pattern, guys, on Microsoft. Microsoft just doesn't want to give up any gains. Another inverse head and shoulders. This market is setting up for yet again another rally and push to all-time highs. You have the leading stocks, Nvidia, Microsoft, pushing to new all-time highs. Google's hitting massive support. Amazon's bouncing. So This market does look like it wants to trend. I mean, looking at Microsoft here, another 2.5% rally puts Microsoft above 510. Wow. So just be careful. I don't think it's really a short day in the indices, even though we are gapping up across the board on many names, and the gap and crack could come true. I just think that Microsoft and nvidia are looking too strong today and likely going to just pick this market up from the scruff of its neck and drag it up to the high side. All right, looking at XBI for Anonymous. Yeah, a nice gap up on XBI. That's what we've been talking about, is bullish healthcare and biotech. But XBI definitely seeing a nice considerable move. It looks like XBI is going to test this pivot. I wouldn't even be surprised if XBI sweeps these pivots. This whole volume range of liquidity where it looked like a bull flag, then you broke down. It looks like it's going to sweep this pivot, probably going to about 86.40 today. So maybe a little bit of a day trade there. Today, ticker Wolf is seeing some more distribution. That's coming down. BBAI gapping up as well after it put in that nasty little topping tail. So this one you should watch for more downside after a nice retrace, which we're getting right now. SoFi at this point is also gapping up pretty firmly. ENPH seeing quite a bit of volume, also gapping down. So solar stocks are under a little bit of pressure, at least end faces. So get OKTA. That's still sitting right at its POC. Heavy volume right above its VWAP. Huge 50% retrace. I'm still bullish on Okta. I think it's going to play a little bit of catch up here. ON, after it had a huge breakout candle yesterday, just taking a bit of a breather. Let's look at a few other semiconductor names. So SMCI is still holding a really strong daily chart bull flag pattern. I'm very interested in going long SMCI for a swing trade, but I think it just needs to rope in this liquidity, have a little bit more of a pullback, tap this upsloping trend line, and then I think it's ready. But right now, SMCI under a little bit of pressure. Let's look at AMD. AMD gapping up, still holding that key trend line, breakout trend line off of support. So pretty decent move for AMD so far off of that key trend line. Let's look at Micron. Micron also holding steady for the time being. But right now, SPY is pushing here to the upside. Intraday price action, SPY is testing this previous little resistance that we got broken through yesterday, but it's looking fairly strong, SPY. Prior day high again, you should try to push for 624. It's a big level. You're above yesterday's opening range on SPY, so this gap up is looking fairly strong. VKTX, that is trying to break out yet again. I'm very bullish this name. We did take our first trim yesterday on VKTX, but our $29 August 1st calls are in the money quite nicely. Starting to see natural gas trying to form a little bit of a bounce here. Again, we are trading BOIL on the long side. We brought in the pre-market. We already have a full position, 3 entries. Average on my BOIL is sitting at 40.42. My average on my BOIL is sitting at 40.42, guys. So I'm down right now by about 42 cents, but this is definitely one that can move very, very quickly. So I'm long natural gas here off of the open already. So my expectations for the S&P 500 today, Honestly, the way things are trending right now in the pre-market, if we get a small pullback back to this value area high, call it 621, that's where I'd consider a long entry. And I think that, honestly, I think the markets, the way the patterns are on Microsoft and nvidia, I think that we are in for a bit of a trend day today, and we could actually fill this gap today on SPY and potentially even make new all-time highs. That's there's a strong chance of that. Maybe we see some sort of reversal in volatility in the afternoon session on the back of the 10-year yield and FOMC minutes, but I think this morning session, what I'm seeing here intraday, is a strong rally. I think that we could definitely see a push into this gap fill. We look at the IWM also gapping up. You clear this pivot high, IWM is going to take out these highs and sweep it, and likely go to at least a pierce of 224. So I would consider a scalp short on IWM at a pierce of 224. You know, if you coincide it with, that wide range red bar is sitting at 225.30. But if we tap the top of this channel, yeah, pierce of 224, I would consider a little bit of a scalp short, but for the time being, these markets look very strong, guys. Nice bounce in Boyle occurring, guys. Boyle is starting to bounce. Let's see if we can get back to at least break even. Again, I'm long in the pre-market. BOIL, average 40.42. Full position. Looking for natural gas to... Honestly, I think natural gas can make a red to green reversal. I think natural gas can probably try to turn the corner and go green and at least retest this 332 level. Okay. Teladoc continuing to see some pre-market activity. Gapping up here on TDOC. Good to see Teladoc is trying to break out of this previous little range. So Teladoc has been trading really near the lows of its chart for quite a long time, and this is the first time we've seen Teladoc trying to break this bearish consolidation range back above a previous little volume weighted average price since this early beginning price action. It is trying to firm up. I have an upside target in the near term of 950, but then I think we could easily head to 1250 over the next couple months. All right, guys, natural gas bouncing sharply here. Come on, we might be even make a profit here before the market opens, but nat gas is trying to bounce sharply. Look at that. We're seeing some volume coming into Boyle here. Again, we are long Boyle in the pre-market. Sometimes pre-market setups give you a little bit better entry opportunities than the regular trading session, but again, I'm still down on the position, but 40.42 long BOIL. Let's quickly scan through a few other names here. We'll go through some of the usual suspects. So I'm not really seeing too many day trade opportunities. I think this is a day where swing trade longs are going to perform in the portfolio. In terms of what I would trade is SPY off of a pullback back into that 621. But right now I'm trying to pick the bottom on this natural gas trade. It's very risky. It's aggressive, but you got to take your shot somewhere. All right, let's look at just give me a second here. I'll turn it back to regular session hours. Let's look at Walmart, Hood, and Walmart right now trying to hold a steady bit gap up. Staple stocks got hit pretty hard right now. Walmart's a tough chart. Very tough chart. You got this bearish breakdown, but then you also could argue that you're forming these higher lows on Walmart, so it's a tough chart. I don't really know what it wants to do at this point in time, and that is okay with me. We'll leave it alone. QuantumScape, look at QS, guys. QS hit that major resistance level yesterday. Huge breakout candles on QS. This is just purely a momentum trade, and honestly, the daily chart can go a little bit higher on QS. Same thing with the 4-hour chart. It's tough to chase a name that's had a move this big this quickly. But QS does look like it can go a little bit higher and at least maybe tap this 878 level, guys. But you're definitely coming into some previous resistance zones that should not be taken lightly. You know, this $9 level, just watch it. I mean, you've had some massive, massive breakdowns in this vicinity. Let's look at PLTR. PLTR obviously was under pressure yesterday, and then it had a nice little reversal back up. Right now it's trying to continue. PLTR is also another tricky one. A rather large negative divergence on the weekly chart suggests that there should be downside. You're inside this wide range red bar. I'd be more inclined to short PLTR, but I'm kind of waiting for maybe one more sweep of these highs. One more sweep and it might be ready for a another swing short. Let's look at Intel, since Intel was seeing some pretty impressive price action yesterday. So every time Intel pops, it seems to get rejected. So I think that Intel is really a short if you start closing below this wick. So that's actually an interesting short Intel. I might consider taking some put options on Intel in the pre-market if we lose this 2338 level. If we lose that, that is a short, I think, on Intel. But every single pop that Intel goes through, it seems to get faded, and faded pretty sharply. It is looking like it's trying to break out, but I mean, it's not really that impressive on the daily, even though it's a strong candle yesterday. So I think Intel below 2338 is a short, back down into this previous little gap zone. All right. Intel is almost like that inverse semiconductor play where when nvidia and AMD and the likes are doing well, it sells off. I don't know why, but it doesn't seem to want to do well when the SOXX is pushing. Alright, I'm just going to grab some more coffee before the open here. So right now, just again, summary. We are long Boyle, which is trading natural gas leverage play on the long side. I repeat, I'm long Boyle. Average 40.42 with a full position. Looking for a bounce in natural gas. And really the only SPY long level that I would consider is a pullback back into this value area high here, the 621.20. I would take some upside call options, but it does look like SPY based off of nvidia and Microsoft are trying to trend into this area, and then we'll see what other charts want to give us in the pre-market. But obviously Starbucks is ripping here. I mean, that's a nice gap up on Starbucks. Really strong. Really strong. Nana's curse. Yeah. We'll see. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Let me grab some coffee. Alright guys, let's settle in here. So again, SPY long off of the, if we get a small pullback off of the 621.31, that's kind of your opening range high from yesterday. I would love to take an entry there. I would look at, if you're conservative, I would look at some a strike zone on 0 DTEs of around 622. If you're even more ultra conservatives, you can buy in the money around 621. If you're very aggressive, then you look for about 624 call options on SPY. But I do think that there's a strong chance the markets can potentially push to this gap fill today around 625.27. Just make sure we have other opportunities. Let's look at CoreWeave here on my other screen. I'm already long Boyle. CoreWeave gapping up quite nicely. Few dollar gap up on CoreWeave today. That one could be a potential little trender. What's Carvana do today? Carvana also gapping up slightly. Let's see, Cloudflare, NET. That's looking to sweep its highs, so Cloudflare looking very strong. Again, VKTX very strong, gapping up. The market's looking very bullish right now, guys. Very, very bullish. Markets are open. Again, I'm long Boyle, B-O-I-L. I repeat, I'm long Boyle. Off of the 40.42 level, let's see if we can get some positive price. My average is 40.42. Meta absolutely flying here. Google taking a small dip off of the open. SPY still holding steady. Again, where I'm looking for a retest on SPY is 621.31. China stocks are under a bit of pressure today. Teladoc still absolutely ripping, up 1.65%. Bitcoin still looking fairly decent. Merck is having a really nice day. Come on, Boyle. Push up here. Tesla slightly negative. Apple's flat. Nat gas still down 3.96. Let's see what else is shaking and moving on the high volume list. Ticker Wolf's down 9%. Nvidia, new all-time highs on Nvidia, pumping here. Monster move on NVDA. Look at that surge and push. SBET up another 15. SoundHound up another 2.91. AES continuing to rip. Google's ripping here, guys. Google's absolutely flying to the high side. Going off of my screen, beautiful price action in the markets right now. Beautiful price action. Meta ripping to the upside. If Meta can get above the 727 zone, it has 733 on tap. SPY is not even going to give us a pullback here. Wow, what incredible price action in the equity markets so far today. Impressive ripping and rallies to the upside. Boyle trying to firm up, guys. SPY's just a monster right now. SPY's continuing. Google's trying to rip here higher. We are long Google off of that daily 200. We're basically just hitting flat on our Boyle trade, guys. Boyle is trying to firm up here. I don't know why this chart all of a sudden is so compressed on Boyle. Come on. SPY running into a little bit of top wick selling here. Anonymous looking at XY. Yeah, the whole market is seeing some increase and push. Again, don't be surprised if the S&P has a small pullback and then a potential continuation trend into the 1 o'clock time frame. I think we're going to see a nice trend day after this first pullback in the markets. So I'm looking to buy this first pullback in SPY. Boyle continuing to just hover just below our average zone here. Still down about 7.3% on Boyle. I'm expecting a bit of a red to green reversal attempt in natural gas. Look at XBI, rocket ship to the upside. Look at our VKTX, guys. This one is moonshotting to the upside into some minor resistance pivot here. But our $29 calls are absolutely printing to the high side, guys. VKTX, monster breakout. Again, I did put that on everyone's radar. We entered the August 1st $29 calls, I think about a week and a half ago. We've been watching this stock intraday making these massive attempts at breaking out, and now you're finally getting this epic propulsion to the upside. Stunning price action in VKTX and the biotechs. You're also seeing some really strong price action today in Merck, MRK up 3.1%. Let's look at UNH. UNH, the exact opposite, down 1.7. And we've said, stay away from UNH. It ain't ready yet. It ain't ready. Wow. But yeah, XBI ripping to the upside. And that likely means that IWM is also trending here. Running a little bit of selling off of this resistance zone, but still above that prior day high. Look at SPY just trending here, guys. We're basically flat on our Boyle. All right, Tesla's up 0.58%. China stocks under some more pressure so far. Come on, Boyle. Here we go, guys. We're in the money on Boyle right now. Let's see how much we can take. I'm looking for a retrace on Boyle back to at least 4108. At least 4108. If not back to about 42 bucks on Boyle, guys. Again, so we're long BOIL. We took that in the pre-market. SPY still holding steady. Meta doing some backing and filling. And what I'm looking for on SPY, guys. Good morning, JP. Good morning. Good morning. What I'm looking for is a back test on SPY, guys. I was hoping to retrace to this value area 621.25 zone. But we may not get it. This market is so firm right now that if we get a back test to your prior day 622, that could be your entry in call options. Let's flip back to nvidia, coming in just a slightly, trading into all-time high territory. Microsoft ripping. We showed you Microsoft's inverse head and shoulders in the pre-market that it's breaking out of, and it has a target of 510 on Microsoft. Let's look at Tessie. Tessie still doing wonders here. Apple's flat on the session. Netflix is negative. Starbucks still up 2.2. Let's look at Marvell. I know that one's been trying. Yeah, Marvell pushing here, trying to up 1% on the session. Anonymous looking at Lily. Yeah, you know, Lily, actually, this is getting a little bit of a decent pullback. I want to go long names today, guys. I really, really do. I'm just hesitant to chase this gap up because I think there's going to be a small pullback and then a continuation rally. But who knows? I could be wrong. I mean, we'll see what happens. But I'm very interested in getting long trading here. I mean, it's looking like a nice trend A to the upside, but I want to see a small pullback in this market. All right, we've been open for 8 minutes here. We've established an opening 5-minute candle here. I'm waiting for that 15-minute range to form, which you can see we're still just trading in it. But any sort of a pullback back into the 622 zone should be a potential area. Look at Google. Google's still strong. Meta's an absolute beast today, up 1.22%. I think Meta's heading to at least 733 today. Oil continuing to come down a little bit more here, guys. So we're still seeing natural gas getting clobbered here, trying to shake out some of those weak hands. But it is trying to form a bit of a base here. I still think we could see a red to green reversal in nat gas. But we'll see how much sell side pressure this asset can take. Alright, let's see if Tesla wants to firm up off of this prior day low again. Right now it's stuck under that 300 psychological resistance. That's also a major value area. It's your value area low. So there is some volume sitting there. How's CRCL doing? Circle trying to push higher but up. Seeing some top wicks. Wow, MRK is absolutely flying. Biotechs are absolutely flying. A lot of healthcare stocks are seeing some rotation, some serious rotation. SoFi has gone slightly negative, guys. So be careful of SoFi if you're on the long side. It did give us a little bit of a topping tail yesterday on volume. And now it is starting to turn negative when the market is really, really strong. So I think SoFi is setting up a bit of an intraday short here, guys. Boyle's continuing to go lower. No, I wasn't adding. I mean, if you want to, by all means, you can. I was considering it yesterday. I know some of you were looking to add near the highs, and that would have been a decent entry. But this market is so strong right now. Tesla back to the flat side. Look at PLTR. That name's still doing okay. Apple's doing okay. Meta's starting to see a little bit of selling off of its upper boundary resistance. So this is where SPY could get a bit of a pullback. Google's still strong though. Still trending. nvidia is starting to come in slightly. So let's see the resistance that we're on for nvidia. We talked about this trend line and we've even blasted through that. I mean, nvidia is just a monster. nvidia is just an absolute monster. Look at that price action. Truly incredible. It could be going for 4 trillion today. Doesn't even have any resistance in play right now. Let's see where this hourly chart trend line of resistance takes us. So yeah, you can see it's even blasted through that. So NVIDIA going for new all-time highs in uncharted territory. It just hit 4 trillion, guys. Nvidia is the first 4 trillion company. Wow. It hit 4 trillion today. We just witnessed history. Monster move in Nvidia. That is definitely pulling up the entire market. Anonymous saying Carvana's negative. XLG beating RSP by a lot. Definitely a large cap driven pump. Yeah, it is a large cap driven pump. Good observation there. Yeah, look at that, up 0.81%, pushing to the high side here. Definitely very strong. This Boyle trade does not want to cooperate. I'm still holding. But nat gas getting clobbered. SPY, I'm still waiting for a pullback in SPY. Tesla going negative, so a little bit of distribution occurring in Tessie. Enphase is trying to make a recovery. Meta's trying to make another push higher. Nvidia, monster move, eh? Soundhound still doing well. SoFi still negative on the session. Let's look at Carvana here. Yeah, Carvana also potentially looking like it wants to go lower here, guys. So Carvana might have this head and shoulders. That one looks like it might run into some resistance here. Let's look at the IWM here. So IWM still holding fairly well. Fairly well in the IWM. But definitely mega cap tech. Alright, so we've established that opening 15-minute range, guys. You can see our opening range. We have basically just under $2 range. 622 low, 624.18 high. So just be careful. This is where we could see a bit of liquidity being swept at these highs. Pullback, you have an aggressive long around the 622.65 on the 15-minute chart. Markets are still trending here. Boyle still at the lows of the session here, guys. BOIL still seeing heavy volume down here at the lows. Let's look at crude oil. Crude oil is definitely still a little bit weaker intraday, seeing some sell side pressure. Let's look at some of these natural gas stocks. Maybe they're going to catch a bit of a bid. EQT down 1.18. AR. Wow, look at SPY go, guys. I'm even a little nervous to short this market here. Usually I'd hop into shorts, but we're now into this gap window. And we've had no pullback. Frick, I was hoping for a pullback. I said markets are probably going to push for that gap and maybe even all-time highs, but never ever gave us an entry. I didn't want to chase it off the open. Turns out I should have chased it off the open. But now this market's going to come down to really what Nvidia does here. If Nvidia remains firm up here, it's going to still keep these equity markets buoyant. If Nvidia starts to sell off, so we'll keep that chart up and open here. Tesla's gone negative. seeing a little bit more distribution. So this is a scenario now where nvidia is so big, it's almost just sucking liquidity from the entire market at this point. So I do see quite a few names still weak on the session. Apple's negative, Netflix, Tesla's gone negative. So nvidia is saying gimme, gimme, gimme all that liquidity. Big push in mega cap tech land. Let's see the rest of the semiconductors. Intel is looking vulnerable here, guys. Intel is looking vulnerable. I'm actually looking at shorting Intel here, guys. Let's see. Guys, I'm looking at some put options on Intel. That I think is a safer trade. Let me put this chart up here for you. Alright guys, I'm going to short Intel here. This is a day trade short. 23.50 put, end of week. 23.50 put, end of week, filled at 42 cents. This is a day trade short on Intel, guys. And the level we want to see Intel really knife through is right now. It's testing this 23.38 previous support. That's the area we want to see it break. So I'm short Intel here. It's aggressive. Markets are still trading firmly. SMCI is still negative. Micron still slightly negative. Broadcom doing well. SMH outperforming obviously with the strength in nvidia. Okta's doing well today. That's slightly green. On semiconductors really flat. ARM is up on the session. JP saying BA is up nicely. Let's look at BA. Yeah, nice push here on Boeing for sure. Breakout to the upside. Really strong breakout on Boeing. Nice observation there, JP. Yeah, Boeing really pushing. Look at these Qs, guys. These Qs are in all-time high territory. New highs on the Qs. My oh my. Face ripping rally. So the Qs are trying to drag this whole market to the positive side. I'm still seeing a fair amount of distribution. Despite these markets trending this much, I am seeing quite a fair amount of distribution. It's just liquidity is being sucked into mega cap. Yeah, it's tough. I'm wanting the S&P to at least fill this gap before to short the market as a whole, but this isn't a bad area intraday for a pullback. It certainly isn't. I mean, but I'm just picking on, that's why I'm picking on a weaker name here like Intel. With everyone chasing nvidia, I think Intel is going to get thrown out here. So I'm picking on a little bit of a weaker name here. Intel's my weaker play. And again, I discussed this in the pre-market. We lose this pivot high here and Intel becomes a short. And right now, it is trying to fall. We're up slightly. So as the markets are pushing, Intel is falling. So if we get a pullback here in the S&P or the Qs, then Intel is really going to come down. nvidia still 4. Some minor top wicks. Tesla back to the negative side. Intel now down 1%. Palantir. Come on, Intel. Well, you can see we have this potential little head and shoulders formation on Intel. Whoops. nvidia is still a monster, holding above 164. Intel coming down, guys. Intel is coming down. No real market pullback yet. If you want to take an aggressive short on the market, you can do it off of this resistance channel. I'm waiting. I'm just going to be more conservative on the indices. Come on down, Intel. Come on down. Here we go. Contracts are moving nicely for Intel. Starbucks still up 1.5. Enphase is trying to make a bullish reversal. Bitcoin right now still holding above 109, up 0.36%, but I would have expected Bitcoin to make a little bit more of a push here on the back of this nvidia strength. It is running into a little bit of resistance. Look at Meta now, guys. Meta absolutely rocketing to the upside, going for that fair value high zone that we discussed. 733.58 is on tap. Intel still melting below this short level. Come on. Keep falling, Intel. Keep falling. Meta's obviously moonshotting. Let's look at this SPX. Again, we discussed SPX wanting to test this previous little resistance trend line, which puts it well above 6,300. So the market right now is still in full-fledged bullish price action. Look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ QQQ, wants to hit this upsloping channel, which puts it around 560. So the NASDAQ is clearly the absolute monster on the session. A very strong market. SPY starting to see some resistance, sell side pressure. You can see we did a little bit of a liquidity sweep of this opening range. Let's see. I'm still interested in taking a long in this market, guys, but we need to see, I want to see a pullback at least back to this opening range, 622.65. Prior day high would be better. So where I would consider getting long this market in some SPY call options is right off of this prior day high, 622.11. Okay? Nvidia seeing some distribution. Look at Intel, guys. Top short Intel. Come on. Boyle's now starting to firm up as well, guys. Our two trades are starting to try to make some runs here. You can see Boyle, we're still down. My average is 40.42, but Intel puts are absolutely flying here. Come on, Intel, keep going. Let's go, Boyle. Come on, Boyle. Take us to the promised land. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Let's see what SPY's doing again. Back testing that opening range high. Nat gas still down 4.26%. Imagine nat gas goes green today. We would see our Boyle trade absolutely make a monstrous move, guys. I still think that there's a chance that natural gas can go positive today. I'm calling it now. It's a very aggressive call. Google still strong on the session. Tesla just floundering sideways here. Intel, come on, break this neckline, guys. If Intel breaks this neckline, it's gonna knife us into some serious profits. Alright, SPY just holding this OR range high. SoFi still down 0.7. BBAI, guys, is down 3.16%. BBAI continuing to fall here. Getting some continued sell side pressure. That's been a strong name. Finally going through a little bit of distribution on BBAI. SoFi still holding steady. PLTR. That's trying to get some bottom wicks. IWM coming in off of that previous little high. Let's flip back through some of these mega caps. Nvidia still a beast here. Nvidia still absolutely soaring and roaring. Let's look at some of these other semis. SMCI not really cooperating as much. AMD. AMD's up nicely as well. Let's look at Micron. Micron's getting sold into today. So it's kind of your higher priced semiconductors, more of your large cap semis that are pushing here. Meta going for another new high of day spike. Beautiful to see Meta. Keep pushing. Communication stocks are absolutely flying off of the charts today, guys. Beautiful to see. Tesla still holding steady. What an epic entry on our Google trade yesterday. Alright, this is your secondary aggressive short zone on SPY. Bounce off of OR high. This should be a short zone on SPY. And you can have a pretty defined 3-minute close above these wicks as your stop loss. I'm not personally going to do it. I'm already holding Intel puts. So I don't want to short this market too much today because of the underlying strength. But if we pushed up a little bit more on SPY, even into this gap fill, let me draw this gap fill out for us. If we pushed into this gap fill, then I would consider a short on SPY. Come on, Intel, take us lower. Take us lower. I want this to knife through. Meta's still strong. Boyle's just floundering, down about 36 cents on Boyle. Apple's flat. Still seeing a pump on AI, C3 AI. That's up 3.5%. Bitcoin getting sold into a little bit here, guys. So BTC may be forward looking that the markets could see a bit of a pullback. A bit of sell side pressure hitting Bitcoin here. Is Bitcoin going to go negative? Another little liquidity sweep of the highs. Bitcoin is the king of liquidity sweeps. Double top, swept that liquidity. Large amount of volume traded there. My oh my. Let's look at CRCL. That's obviously under pressure. We're doing a whole round trip. Let's look at CoreWeave. CoreWeave is probably an area of the market that could see a nice little bid on the back of nvidia. Sarfraz is looking at plug. Excuse me. Wow. It's plugged in for sure. Man, look at that move. What a ripper. What an absolute ripper. A low here of 144. Holy, what a rip. What an absolute monster. Yeah. Alright, so let's just be mindful that SPY is into resistance here. I'm looking for pullbacks. At least I'm hoping for a pullback. I want to get long some SPY calls, but I can't wrap my brain around chasing this gap up just yet. But so far our Intel puts are up nicely. We're up about 7 cents a con right now on our Intel puts. And I'm short 50 contracts. Come on, SPY, lose that opening range. Come on. Come on. Let's see what we're doing for sector performance. Copper's down on the session. IWM is up 0.55%. Qs are leading the charge. That's up 0.9%. Transports are up 0.4. Industrials are up 0.47. Every sector is green except for your energy, staples, real estate, utilities, and healthcare. So there's some underlying selling hitting this tape, guys. So you really want to be watching those mega caps. If they start to show signs of distribution, this market can have a pretty big pullback in the tape. And the question is, are we going to see the market do a little bit of a gap and crack fade? So we enter this psychology moment right in the markets where people see nvidia, they read the headlines making $4 trillion push, new all-time highs. People see Microsoft making new all-time highs. The two largest companies pump the headlines that are the absolute heavy weighting. And then there's underlying selling in the market. So traders will automatically try to chase the S&P 500 because your two biggest stocks are making all-time highs. So they naturally think SPY is going to make this really big intraday push to new all-time highs as well. But that's not necessarily what happens, right? The Q's made an all-time high, but SPY is still seeing some selling under the hood with a few different sectors. So I'm waiting for that pullback, and then I think we get... Usually SPY lags the Qs by a couple days in terms of pushing to new all-time highs. So maybe we don't see it today, but maybe we can see it by tomorrow or Friday. But usually the S&P lags just a slight touch on the all-time high list. Come on, break this OR high on SPY. Come on, Intel, break it down. Look at the nice little pullback in nvidia. Decent pullback in Microsoft. Apple firm up. So that's actually not a bad sign as you're seeing some profit taking in nvidia, Microsoft. Apple's seeing a little bit of liquidity inflows. Look at Google, guys. Yes. That's our newest swing trade long position, just absolutely flying to the high side. Google wants to break out of this inverse head and shoulders and head to 200 plus on Google. Google's absolutely flying here. Intel catching a little bit of a stick. Markets are trying to get a little bit of participation from other individual names. Still waiting on this Boyle trade to firm up. If we can trigger the little bit of this inverse head and shoulders on Boyle, just maybe we get a nice little short covering rally in nat gas. JP saying don't miss AMD. AMD is consolidating quite well here. Just be careful of AMD. You've had a 1 minute candle break above your OR high. You haven't confirmed the breakout yet. Small time frame. You have not confirmed the breakout. So I'm still a little bit skeptical of semis because you've had so much liquidity flow into semis, but it's chased really one asset class, one stock higher, which is nvidia. I still think these markets need to see a little bit more selling before we can make the next push in this market. So just be careful chasing AMD. Yes, it's looking strong, but it hasn't confirmed this breakout candle yet. Look at SPY trying to melt here to the downside just a little bit. I'm looking for a long entry. It's aggressive off of prior day high. Originally where I was thinking was this value area low around 621, but we'll have to see if that wants to happen. SPY's still holding steady here. Intel still holding steady. Let's see what else we got going on in this market. Apple still green. MRK still up 2.5%. Tesla's slightly green. Starbucks still up 1.5%. A really nice push today in Lennar. Again, another name that we're bullish on. We're just waiting for home builders here to break out and hit our upside targets, but nice push in some of these home builder names. Remember, we have some data coming out at 1 o'clock. I mean, crude oil inventories are at 10:30, and right now crude is going through a bit of sell side pressure. We've obviously traded XOM quite well in recent sessions, but crude oil, I think, is it's in an interesting stage here. I think that it's now setting up for maybe a little bit of a down leg. Just as people get bowled up here, I think crude oil could be setting up for a bit of a down leg. Which, naturally, if crude falls, what happens? Lowers inflation expectations, lowers the yield market expectations, and it typically is beneficial for stocks. Meta's still ripping here, guys. Going for another new high of day on Meta. Monster move in Meta. Our other long semi is starting to wake up here. OKTA, we are bullish that name. 2%. OKTA is trying to break out of this consolidation range. Look at BBAI fall, guys. This name is dropping hard and fast, guys. Hard and fast. BBAI really coming in sharply. If you break this pivot, BBAI should head to 687 today. But definitely some hard selling in BBAI. That topping tail gave you a really epic signal. SoFi still slightly negative. QuantumScape is still holding steady here, QS. But definitely seeing some distribution up in this range, guys. BBAI now down almost 5% on the session. People exiting stage left on BBAI. Intel's close to breaking down and getting our next leg lower, guys. Not really seeing any accumulation trends here, which tells me that we're very close to our next leg down in Intel. Nvidia still holding steady. AMD still trying to push here, defending that opening range. Natural gas still down 4.5%. Come on, Intel, take it down. SPY still trying to push. Tesla going back to the green side. Bitcoin trying to bounce slightly. Apple trying to hold 210. New high of day on Meta. Wow, look at this BBAI falling, guys. It's dropping quickly here. $7 approaching very quickly on BBAI. Some heavy volume. SPY getting rejected there. Slight little reversal. Tricky area here for SPY, guys. Very tricky. I'm still waiting for a pullback to prior day high. I think that we can potentially get that. The long-awaited 4 trillion has been hit on nvidia. I think that you're going to get a bit of profit taking from the long-term bulls. So just be mindful of that. I think there will be a bit of profit taking from the bulls. Notice nvidia is already testing its little bit of a range of support. Crazy price action. Well, now that 4 trillion's been hit, what's next? 5 trillion, I guess. We'll see how long it takes nvidia or Microsoft to push 5 trillion. Microsoft, I don't think hit 4 trill today. No, 3.75, probably 3.8. So still a couple hundred billion away. Nat gas, guys, watch natural gas. It's trying to form a bit of a base here. Come on, we're still long boil. I want to get profits on these trades. Now I've been open for 45 minutes in this market. It's been really a one-way freight train to the upside for the equity markets, but nat gas is starting to bottom. I think SPY is going to go through a bit of distribution. Come on, break us out. Break out here. My average is 40.42 on boil. I'm looking for at least a couple percent. At least. I want to see Intel break down. Here we go, boil. SPY still seeing some distribution. Here we go. SPY's trying to knife it through support. Be very careful here with SPY. A little bit of an inverse correlation with nat gas and SPY. Here we go on SPY. Dangerous zone. You lose this opening range high. Natural gas is trying to firm up here, guys. Let's see if we can get some more volume to creep into this trade. Tesla still holding steady. Apple's still flat on the session. Come on, Nat Gas. Make a run. Make a run. Break out here. You're so close. We got some very oversold conditions intraday. Broken that daily 200 moving average. Make a run. Intel getting rejected off of key resistance. SPY still waiting here. Come on. Netflix made a nice recovery today, going from red to green. So again, what we're seeing in the market today is still this weird distribution, right? A lot of stocks are green, a lot of stocks are red. So capital trends are rotating, guys. There's clear rotation of capital trends occurring in this market. Not everything is participating yet. Capital is trying to find new homes. That's for sure. Intel still finding some selling pressure off this 2338 zone. Boyle is trying to still break out of an inverse head and shoulders. SPY still remarkably strong. Come on, Intel, pay us. Pay us, Intel. Break this head and shoulders. And take us to the profit land. This could be the next down leg in the markets, guys. Let's see how deep we want to go. Come on, break this little wick low and we should. There's really no support here in these equity markets until we hit your opening range low or your prior day high. I would welcome a pullback because that sets up an opportunity for us to get long in the major indices. Intel still breaking down here just a touch. Come on, Intel. Give us a trip down. It's very close. Boy, there goes Intel, guys. There goes Intel. I'm seeing some distribution under the hood of this market. BBAI trying to go lower. nvidia still holding steady. Intel's breaking, guys. Intel puts are starting to climb here. Beautiful. Beautiful. Come on, give us more, Intel. Knife us down. Alright guys, so how I'm playing this Intel trade, I will look to close half of my puts, sell them around this 2306. Between 2306 and 2305. It's your previous little consolidation on the 5-minute reversal back to the high side. That's my first trim. And then we move stop to break even. And we wait for a move all the way back down into this previous 2275 zone. It's a little breakout trend line. We do have Boyle starting to firm up as well. We'll keep that on watch. Spot right now still stuck under that opening range high. Come on, give us a move down. Give us a move down. You bought Intel calls? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, get out of those. I mean, maybe you win, but I'm definitely not in calls. I'm in the puts. You could maybe win. But right now, the market's going through a little bit of profit-taking distribution, which is what we want to see for a healthy trend continuation into the afternoon session. This is going to be the first pullback in the equity markets, which could be bought. Again, aggressive traders will look for a Pierce of 623. I want to see us sweep this liquidity. I would much prefer prior day highs. So I'm probably going to wait for a prior day high test where I would enter my first lot of call options, keeping in mind that we could even retest 621.24, which is your value area high. So we'll see which way this market wants to go. Guys, Boyle's making a push to the high side, finally turning the corner green. Let's go. Come on. Pump it, natural gas, pump it. Here we go. Wow, huge rejection back down there. So crude oil inventories, guys, are out in 4 minutes. Crude oil inventories are out in 4 minutes. Crude right now is trading near the low of its range, slightly negative on the session, potentially a little intraday bear flag forming. Come on, Intel. Drop it through this support zone. There's a pretty big dip in SPY, really big dip in SPY. Tesla had a really hard fall there, guys. Markets are coming in full force. Look at Tesla dumping. Markets are coming in. Markets are really coming in here, guys. Intel's not moving. Alright, we might get a trade here on SPY, guys. We've been patient. SPY's really knifing here. I still want it lower. I want it lower, personally speaking. I'm waiting for prior day high. We're going to sweep this low. Let us sweep this liquidity. I'm going to look at... I'm going to layer into the 621 calls, guys. They're expensive. Yeah, I'll buy in the money calls. I'll look at the 621 call options. If we flush into prior day high, I'll take my first entry here at around a hit or pierce of this prior day high. Second entry will be down here. Let's let it go. Knife here. Come on down. Intel's knifing, guys. Let's go. Come on, SPY. Give us the trade we're looking for. We've been patient. Anonymous saying RSP is negative. Thank you, Anonymous. I like that. SPY's coming down, guys. Looking like the market wants to gap and crack. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. The volatility is creeping in very quickly. Very, very quickly. Alright, I'm looking at my first entry coming up into play. We're sweeping that liquidity. Come on, go a little bit lower. Get ready, guys. It could knife there very quickly. We could even get a 3-bar surge on the 5-minute chart. We're trying to hold this area. Come on. Break us. Break us. Come on, a little bit lower, SPY. Come on down, come on down. A lot more red. Tesla down 1.24, Apple down 0.36. Bitcoin's now negative on the tape. So, quite a bit of sell side. Crude oil, not really doing anything there. But SPY's still coming into target, guys. We're getting very close to an entry, or at least I am. Come on, I want to tap that prior day high. Give us a pierce through it. We're heavy here. We're looking very heavy. Come on. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't bounce it ahead of time. A little bit of support coming into the picture. We're bouncing off a standard deviation 1 zone. That's an upside deviation. So it's a bullish retrace of a key zone.
such a beautiful lie. When I still want you closer, I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why. No, no matter what I do, I keep on falling for you.
SPY, we're still waiting on SPY, guys. We're still waiting on SPY to come down. It should give us an entry. I'm looking at 621 calls. First entry off of this zone, second entry off of this value area high. But you can see the market's trying to stabilize here. Still think we go a touch lower, so I'm just being patient. Looking for a knife down on this 5-minute chart. We're sweeping this opening range liquidity. There is some support here, but come on, give us a little bit lower. Boyle still not really cooperating. BBAI is now hitting that $7 level. Come on, SPY is close, guys. SPY is very close. Still riding those Intel puts. Come on, SPY, pierce it. Alright, we're getting close, guys. We're getting very, very close. Alright, there it is, guys. I just took my first entry there. $1.78. Alright, so that's my first entry on SPY. Second entry is here. But we pierced that prior day low. We could still go a little bit lower. But this is the area that I was patiently waiting for. Let's see if we get a bit of a bounce now. I will accumulate a second entry at this value area low. Alright, I am gonna take, I'm thinking of trimming some Intel, but you know what, it's a nice hedge in case we go lower. So I'm gonna maintain my Intel, just in case that it starts to diverge from the market. But a nice bounce there, guys, a really strong bounce. Beautiful bounce. Come on. Let's see if we get more left in the tank. We are bouncing on the 1-minute chart ever so slightly. This is where I look to trim half of my SPY calls. 622.90, guys. Everyone had ample opportunity to enter that. We're not out of the woodwork. This is still a hard selling pressure in the market right now. So we're not out of the woodwork yet. But the equity markets are trying to find a little bit of support here. So again, first trim on SPY is around the 622.80 zone. Even 622.65 could be an area. SPY, let's see how much we're made of here. Average is sitting at $1.78. We telegraphed that level in Great detail well in advance. Everyone should be able to enter that trade with us. Look at that 3-minute wick, guys. We're up nicely on this 0 DTE trade. Come on, I want more. A lot of heaviness here. So we're going to maintain our intel short in case this trade wants to knife a little bit lower. But we should have a decent little bounce here on SPY. There is a nice level of support, prior day high, opening range low, swept that impulse green candle liquidity. Come on, give us a little bit more. These contracts are printing, guys. All right, my first trim is 622.80, guys. 622.80 is my first trim on SPY. Come on, get there. And then we move stops to break even. If you want to keep a break-even stop loss at this point of the trade, we're up nicely. I have no issues. And again, the markets could easily go back to the highs of the session. That's kind of what I'm expecting, is a trend into that 1 o'clock time frame. Just a matter of how much we want to back and fill here. But we could see a trend back to the highs of the session. Come on, give us a nice trend. Come on, these 621s are going to absolutely fly here. Intel trying to firm up. If you want to manage that Intel trade and put a break-even stop loss on the put options, I have no issues. But right now, SPY 0 DTEs should trump whatever move Intel does. Come on. We're up over 30 cents on these SPY calls. Come on. I want more though. Being a little bit greedy. Still waiting on nat gas to do its thing. Bitcoin is still under pressure right now. Come on, SPY. Hold this area. Hold this area. It's certainly pretty weak on the session right now. But a nice, healthy pullback for SPY. Again, second accumulation point is around this purple little dotted line. That's your value area low on SPY. It's recent little trends. So around 621.21 is where I would double up my SPY calls if needed. We're tapping that prior day high again. Is it going to make another low here and sweep this little liquidity? There's always a chance of that. But a really decent pullback here in the equity markets, which is what we were anticipating. Nvidia's had a nice pullback, still up strongly on the session, keep in mind. Nvidia's still up over 1.8%. Microsoft's still up 1.3%. Tesla's obviously taken on the chin, down 0.8%, but trying to firm up off of these lows. Meta's still strong on the session. SPY's looking a little bit vulnerable still. It's trying to hold this PDH. QQQ, a little bit more relative strength in the Qs. Let's look at the IWM here. IWM has made pretty much a full round trip. IWM did actually fill its downside gap. So the IWM made that full round trip to the downside. Backtesting prior day high yet again on SPY. We are trying to melt a little bit lower here. Meta's still firm though. IWM seeing another wave of selling. Apple's really broken down here on the charts. Google's still hanging in there. Alright, another potential wave of selling hitting the tape here on SPY. Looks like they want to try to take out this little low that we just made. We're still flirting with this PDH level, but maybe value area high. Sorry, value area low is on tap. Again, so that's where I'd double up my SPY calls around 621.25. For now, we're basically flat on the trade, slightly positive. Still green on Intel. Still waiting on nat gas to do its thing. Let's look at crude oil here on my other screen. Yeah, crude oil trying to make a little bit of a spike here intraday. Trying to break out of its little range. Alright, SPY dipping a little bit lower here. I'm still in the 621 calls, 0 DTE. First entry, second entry is a little bit lower. Intel still just hovering here. Let's look at nvidia. Nvidia's obviously had a nice little pullback. Microsoft has also had a pullback. Google had a pullback, but retesting its prior day high, so that still looks firm. Meta, strong on the chart, looks like it wants to press higher. So you still have some really strong pockets of strength in mega cap tech land, guys. So that's why I think this market can float back to the highs of the session. But this is the pullback that we were looking for in the market, really since we've started trending here. I wanted this pullback. We now have it. Let's see what we can make of off this level. Apple really struggling though, so Apple's putting a little bit of a damper on this market. Oh, triggering maybe a 15-minute head and shoulders pattern on Apple. Whoops, that's the wrong tool. So Apple testing that neckline of support, almost roping in shorts here. Maybe doing a liquidity sweep of the bulls before they try to push it higher. Alright, big bounce in SPY. Alright guys, I'm going to close my Intel con. Actually, I'm just going to leave a break-even stop loss at 42 cents on these Intel puts. So 42 cents on my Intel 2350s. I'm just going to keep a break-even stop, which should be around this 2338 close, just a little bit below. But I don't want to let this Intel trade go against me in case the markets have a really extraordinary bounce. So we'll manage that trade accordingly with a break even. Nvidia still trying to firm up. I'm seeing Meta curling up here. Sarfer saying today's Samsung event 6 p.m. could be affecting Apple. Oh, very, very cool. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. So another little wave of selling hitting the tape here. Nvidia is still seeing some sell side. Intel's pushing here. Meta curling back down. Another leg lower in SPY, potentially. Intel trying to firm up. Let's look at Nvidia here. Alright, SPY making another trip lower. Again, my second entry is right around the 621.23 zone. We're now sweeping that little 5-minute bottoming tail. That could be a liquidity sweep. Let's see if they want to sweep that low, stop out the bulls. Ripple now down 0.76. Bitcoin down 0.25%. Tesla down 1. Quite a bit of selling. Lennar is still holding steady. Starbucks giving back pretty much the majority of its gains. Meta still hanging steady. That's up 1.5. Bank stocks are acting okay. China's still distributing. Nvidia is seeing some heavier selling here. Let's see where Nvidia is trading in the pre-market. Maybe it's hitting some pre-market levels. Yeah, so not quite. I mean, pre-market high was around 161 for NVDA. But a decent pullback for Nvidia here. Does set up another little leg higher. Still think these markets can float back to the highs of the session. We're just going through a bit of distribution here off of a nice push in the markets. IWM though is struggling on the tape. So you can see the full round trip that IWM has done. It is trying to firm up off of the lows here, off of its gap fill. We'll watch that accordingly. Nvidia continuing to grind lower. Intel seeing a bit of sell side. All right, so value area low is approaching here, guys. I mean, value area high is approaching. The value area high. That's my next fill on SPY 621 calls. Probably pushes contracts to somewhere around $1.30 or so. We'll see how that wants to play out. Still no positive price action in oil or nat gas. That's still under pressure. Microsoft starting to come in a little bit more. Nvidia trying to find some support here. It's now 10:51. Still seeing Bitcoin losing 109. Slightly negative on the session, BTC. Netflix is still holding green. Microsoft catching a little bit of a minor bid. Down 26 cents on these SPY calls for now, half position. Get ready, guys. This knife into this value area high could be pretty quick. We are getting some lower ticks and prints here. Nvidia is trying to bounce. Getting very close to adding my second entry. Doubling up my SPY calls. Here we go. Come on. $621.25. Let's see it pierce it. 10 cents away. Nvidia trying to bounce. They're trying to bounce it right ahead of that value area high. And that's okay. So you can see we almost tapped that level where I was looking at. I'm still interested. I'm still interested. Nvidia is still seeing a nice little reversal. Microsoft, though, is seeing some distribution. Let's see if we get this second fill on these SPY calls. I'm very much interested. SPY is continuing to melt a little bit lower here, guys. Microsoft really starting to come in. We're about to take a second fill. Get ready, guys. We're right at this level. Again, the selling is hitting the tape from Microsoft here primarily. Nvidia is staying firm. Apple's also dumping to the downside. So you got two multi-trillion-dollar companies. Really what's causing this market to sell off here. Meta's still holding okay. Nvidia's holding okay. Tesla, that's down 1%. But we're very close to, I think, a little bit of a bounce here. We just need to get through Apple and Microsoft. Do they want to bounce it here for SPY, or are we just going to hold right above this value area high? Let's see it. There, a few pennies away. We are crazy. We're just holding steady here. We should pierce it. I'd be surprised if they don't. Intel's still struggling a little bit. Apple's still selling, down 1.1. Nvidia trying to hold 163. Come on down, SPY. One more little dip. One more little dip on SPY, testing that value area high. Ex-CEO Linda steps down. Thank you, Sarfres, for that news. Alright guys, SPY's testing this area. It's right there. A couple pennies away, 1 penny away there. I'm being a stickler. Alright guys, I just took my second fill there. $1.28 second fill. Intel breaking down a little bit more. So we're still holding short Intel, the 2350 puts. We're now long SPY. My average is $1.53 on the 621 calls. I will not add any more. $1.53 on the SPY calls. I will not add any more. I'm actually looking at taking some profits on Intel potentially here. Let me just see what we're up on these. We're up about 7 cents still on Intel. What I'm going to do here, guys, on Intel, I'm going to take some minor profits on Intel. I'm going to trim 1/3 of my contracts here at 50 cents. I just trimmed 1/3 of my contracts. So I took 8 cents profit there per contract on Intel. I'm still holding 35 contracts short. We're getting a nice bounce here in SPY. Beautiful bounce there in SPY, guys. Alright, so Intel, we did trim half of those put options. Move stop to break even, which is at 42 cents a con. So I trimmed, sorry, not a half. I trimmed 1/3 of my contracts for a nice little gain. And now we let SPY ride. Let's push back to the highs of the session, guys. Come on, SPY. Pump it back to the highs. Let's go. We're now green on our SPY. Come on, SPY. Push it. Push it. Back to the highs. Back to the highs. Guys, my first trim on SPY calls is going to be 622 right here. First trim. Back to this. Not here, but I'm going to draw it in. Right back to that opening range low, guys. That first trim on these SPY calls. Come on. Pump us. Pump us. Will we go back to the highs? Let's find out. Come on. Pump it up. This would be beautiful if Intel keeps falling, SPY keeps ripping. Come on, SPY, you got more in you. You know you got more. Form that inverse head and shoulders. Give us a little bottoming formation. Give us a little bottoming formation. If we lose this area here, this low, this value area high here, we lose that, then you have a whole host of support. Your POC is sitting here between 620 and around 620, but I'm confident SPY is going to try to melt up here at least till 1 o'clock. I think 12. Yeah, I think the next two hours here, SPY is going to get a nice trend, guys. So let's see how much we can make on these 0DTEs. We took profits already on Intel. Apologies about Boyle. That's really not doing anything for us, but going lower. But come on, SPY, take us to the promised land. Nvidia, really strong balance. Look at Apple, guys. You might be right, surfers. Apple's just continuing to knife. Now, Apple's approaching its value area low here around 207. So Apple is approaching an area of interest. Anyone looking to trade Apple on the long side, this 207 area should hold in the near term. SPY still under a bit of pressure, and that's due to Apple. See what Mr. Tessie is doing. Tessie is sitting right on that prior day low. Google had a really big knife down there, seeing some more liquidity. Meta's obviously holding steady. But this market really wants to firm up, but Apple's just dampening the party right now. Look at that hard selling on Apple. But Apple around this 207.07, anyone interested in trading Apple on the long side, that is an area of opportunity. I'm just going to stick with what I have right now on the trades. And we'll see if we can make a profit on these SPY calls. Come on, give us a pump, SPY. You know you want to head back up there. Don't do the old gap and crack. Apple trying to find some buyer support down here, guys. Here we go. Maybe a little 1 minute inverse head and shoulders on SPY. Let's see if we can get a breakout out of this little bottoming formation. Takes us back to 623. Come on, SPY, give us a break. Apple trying to firm. Natural gas continuing to melt away. Crude oil is still trying to push here on crude. Interesting. How's that US dollar? So again, I'm expecting a trend into the 1 o'clock time frame, guys. From now until 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock we have the 10-year yield. And then 2 o'clock we have FOMC minutes. So that might be the tricky time period to trade. The market could go either way off of those data sets. Apple's still trying to hold steady here. Intel's still slightly weak. Same thing with nat gas. Come on, SPY calls. Start pumping here. We're just trying to shake out a few of these last little bulls. And again, we may go down to POC, gap fill. There's a chance of that. But we gotta take our shots somewhere. Intel's still going a little lower. Look at Mr. Softy. Yeah, Microsoft's seeing a bit of selling. Is Nvidia going to do some more heavy lifting for us? It's trying. Nvidia's trying here, guys. So again, to summarize thing, I'm writing 621 0 DTE calls. Average is $1.53. Full position. Won't add any more. Microsoft still continuing to see a little bit of selling. Tesla down 0.85. Nvidia seeing a little bit of selling on the 3-minute chart, still trading above 163. SPY still trying to melt a little bit. SPY do the old gap and crack. We're sitting right on this value area high for SPY. This EVOK up 174%. These are crazy, these moves, some of them. VRNA, that's up nicely too, but coming in. BNGL up 63%. MBIO, that's up 34. Ford making a nice move, that's up nicely, 1.24. T PROK, that's seeing some distribution. Nvidia is still seeing a little bit of selling here. S&P is still trying to firm up slightly. Come on, SPY. Bitcoin's trying to catch a little bit of a bounce here. Markets are still struggling to firm up here. Still struggling. Looks like they might want to try to break these pivots. Microsoft continuing to melt a little bit. Nvidia catching a little bit of a 3-minute bounce. Apple still near. So again, Apple's really putting a damper on this party, down 1.3%. Remember, Apple's a big component in the Dow as well. Microsoft testing 500, so a nice little $6 sell on Microsoft. Take a look at Apple. Apple's still bleeding slightly. So I'm down on my put options right now, but these can change drastically. It does look like we could flush here, guys. Bit of a failure on the inverse head and shoulders. Maybe they want to take us to the gap fill the gap. But we are melting a little bit lower here. Had that 5-minute bounce, nice bullish reversal. They roped in that liquidity. Let's see what we got here. Let's look at the Qs on my other screen. Yeah, Qs are actually also struggling here, trying to work itself into that gap. There's definitely some support here though on the Qs. See that IWM. IWM has gone to the flat side, slightly negative on the Russell. Slightly negative on the Russell. Yields are still negative as well. So a bit of manipulation lower, guys. We are starting to fall. Meta's still holding up okay. Apple's still really struggling here. New low there for Apple. Natural gas trying to find some little level of support down here. Is SPY, you can see SPY still holding this value area high. There's definitely a lot of volume that's traded in here. Value area highs are typically institutional volume. But obviously any level can break, but we are slowly defending it here. Slowly defending it. Let's see if we can get back above its high. So let's go to a larger time frame view of SPY. So 15-minute candle, you got to close below prior day high. You confirm the candle below prior day high. You've back tested now the volume area high once, twice, and now a third time off of a major pierce, getting a slight little reversal to the upside. Okay, so that's the 15-minute chart. Hourly chart, you have 9 minutes left in the candle. So this could be a very large hourly chart liquidity sweep. Basically, if you see 2 consecutive hourly closes below that prior day high, that does set up a potential risk of going down to prior day low. But that's a larger time frame view, right? A lot can happen within this 8-minute candle. A lot can even happen within the next hourly candle. But it does look like a very large hourly liquidity sweep is going on. So whenever you're just a little unsure, you always want to expand that time horizon. Let's even look at that 30-minute. It's a little less. So you can see the 30-minute. We've swept the prior day high on the 30-minute chart. You've back tested the value area high here, which is where we took our second entry. And now you're trying to bounce. So if you get a close on this 30-minute candle below this 30-minute low, that's a little bit of a bearish sentiment signal. So this 30-minute candle closes in about 7.5 minutes. So we'll watch it closely, because you really don't want to get another 30-minute close. If you're aggressive, you look at this low here on this 30-minute candle, you want to hold that. If you want to give your trade a little bit more room to run, you look for any sort of a 30-minute close below this wick, and you would probably have to stop out of your longs. So we'll see if SPY wants to hold here. It looks like it is trying to hold. Again, we're still in 621 SPY calls, 0 DTE. I'm seeing Meta absolutely spiking here to the high side, going for another new high of day. Google's firming up here. Mr. Softy, that's still under a bit of pressure, but sitting right on a previous little support opening range candle. Let's look at nvidia again. Whoops. nvidia trying to firm up. Mr. Tessie. Tessie's been struggling all day, perhaps putting in a little bit of a local bottom. Again, we do have Apple on the other screen there, so we'll flip back. But trying to show a little bit of bullish price action off of this value area high. We really need to firm up here. Come on. I'm still optimistic that we see a trend into the rest of the day. You can see Apple's firming up now. So that's been a big dead weight on the market. Bitcoin's back to the positive side, guys. So Bitcoin did a full round trip, going from positive to negative, now trying to firm back up. nvidia looking a little bit more positive itself. See Mr. Softy. Mr. Softy had a really big fall. It's a $6 move down. So again, we'll continue to watch that 30-minute candle on SPY. Right now we're holding steady. Maybe a bullish engulfing on the 15-minute chart. But you can see how we're bouncing off of this value area high. That's a bullish back test of a high liquidity volume zone. So if this market is to resume its uptrend, which I think is pretty strong chance of that, you want to defend those value area highs. That's a very good entry zone. All right, we're almost pushing back to the flat side on our trade. Again, my first trim is still around this TP1 622.65, and then I move stops to break even, and we look for another new high of day. All right, this could be the potential reversal. Come on, pump it. Staying on a little longer than usual, just because we are in a 0 DTE. Come on, these contracts starting to wake up. Push, push, push. Push it. Push it. Here we go, guys. Contracts are waking up. We are green. We clear this pivot, and we're going to see a very impulse buying program through this zone. Microsoft trying to clear. Let's look at nvidia. Nvidia is still trying to firm up. How's Mr. Tessie doing? Meta taking a little breather. Tesla still trying to firm up. Apple still down 1%. Come on, pump us, take us back to the high side, trend into the 1 o'clock time frame. 622 on tap, here we go. Contract structures are changing. More liquidity should flow. Come on, get this candle closed above 622 and we'll be looking pretty good. Here we go. Market structure slowly starting to change here. 622, we're into 622. We are pumping. Let's go. Keep going. Take us higher. Beautiful. Beautiful. This is what I like to see, guys. We're up over 25 cents a contract here. Come on, keep going, SPY. You know you want that opening range low test. Look at that nasty bullish engulfing candle. So far, 2 minutes left in that 15-minute candle, and things are looking quite beautiful. Look at this hourly liquidity sweep. Recapturing prior day high. Markets are in full force trying to push back up to the high side. I like what I'm seeing here, guys. I like it a lot. Come on, keep going, SPY. Keep going. You know you want it. Let's look at that 30-minute chart again. Come on, get that close above prior day high. And we should see more liquidity flow into the market. Apple trying to make a move here. Come on, Apple. Retest that prior day low. Nvidia is still trying to consolidate, trying to push up. Intel making a move. Guys, Intel is stopping me out of the runners. Come on, Apple. Keep going. A little bit of distribution here. Some profit taken right off that prior day high. There is some resistance there, but I'm still optimistic we can push through it. TP1 is coming on tap, guys. Come on, keep pushing. Monster move in the markets. Here we go. Trending to the upside. Let's go. Microsoft still seeing some top wicks, struggling just a little bit. Nvidia still trying to hold steady here. Here comes a 3-minute closing candle. Seeing some top wicks. 5-minute closing candle. Can we close above these previous little wick highs? That should be a bullish signal. We close above these highs here. 622, we're closing above. Yes, we did. That's a bullish candle close, guys. Here comes the liquidity. Come on. Keep above that 622. Tesla trying to firm up, down 0.67. Small little back test here on SPY. See that 50-minute chart? So we did get a bullish engulfing on SPY. What could happen here is a retrace of about 50%. Don't be surprised if that happens. And then we should see a continuation. But markets did get a nice 5-minute bullish candle close above the 622 level. So we should get a very likely continuation. Very, very likely. The statistical chances of making this higher high on the 5-minute chart swings the bullish probabilities in significant favor. Come on. Keep pushing. We're still in these 621 calls, guys. You gotta sit through sometimes a little bit of pain to get those max gains. Come on, markets. Let's look back to that 30-minute chart.
It's hard to get over such a beautiful lie when I still want you closer. I am longing for closure.
Here we go, guys.
Wondering why. No matter what I do, I keep
Come on, rocket to the upside. Pull us up, NVIDIA. Pull up. Clear this PDH. We clear this PDH and we should moonshot. Come on. Pump us up. Pump us up. Apple's still down 1.1. We have a lot of stocks that could firm up to push this market higher. If Apple goes green, Tesla firms up. We have resiliency in Meta and Google and Nvidia. So we should see some more positive price right now. Come on, markets. This is your little retest of this 5-minute bullish closing candle. It has your bearish breakdown, bullish reversal, back testing this fair value zone, PDH. The reason why we're seeing some sellers off of this zone.
and I'm wondering why. No matter what I do, I keep on falling for you.
SPY's still trying to push through this resistance zone. Once we clear this 622.11, we should have a sharp move. Meta's consolidating nicely. Nvidia's still putting in some decent consolidation. Apple's struggling a little bit, which is why this market's not really just catapulting to the upside. Apple going through a little bit of backing and filling right now. Microsoft also going through a little bit of backing and filling. Come on, Spy. What do you want to do here? Make your next move higher. Microsoft coming in a touch. Apple still down 1.15% on the session. Big rejection on Intel. Natural gas still shaking out people down at these lows, just under immense pressure for nat gas. Down 5.14%. Come on, Spy. Push it. You know you want to trend. You still got 90 minutes of upside trending until that bond auction. And then FOMC at 2 minutes. FOMC minutes at 2. Alright guys, I need to rest my voice here. I'm going to tune you into the trading space. Still got my SPY zeros, 621s in play. I'm going to still watch some things, but I like to use this time to scan the pre-market and find some additional setups. If anything changes on my trade, I'll jump in and let you know.
Yeah, I don't know what you did, but yeah.
Butters.
Hey, Butters is a fool. So right now, looking so far, this bounce looked like it could be sustainable. Like it may have legs. Looking at the max look like it's continuing to trend higher. The VIX look like it's continuing to trend lower. RSP looking like it's got a head start. I think I got 184.09. I want to see it try to get past RSP. Still looking at nvidia. Nvidia's still holding on, pulling back slightly, but still holding on. Tesla's kind of at an area where it's struggling to get a little higher, but it isn't really looking bearish. Meta chopping to an upside down H pattern is what it's looking like. Microsoft still looks overall bearish, and Amazon looks like it's catching its second wind and it's going to try to make a run for the high. Amazon looks bullish. Let's go.
Look at your workhorse on the 15-minute, bro. Printed morning
Yeah,
star
that thing
reversal.
bounced.
Yeah, it's just green candles ever since.
Yeah, I had my stop at $3. It hit what got a three, stopped me out. I didn't even look back at it. See that it had grounded itself till later. It was already back over three. I was like, yeah, I can't buy back in right here.
Yeah.
Oh, Kodak might be a good buy right here. Kodak is looking good. One of the ones we were looking at. I think I grabbed a position. I grabbed a common position pre-market. I got in at. Everybody was talking about it.
Yeah. That was a good DD on Kodak by Bella. Good find, good eye.
Yeah, 642.
I might short fucking Lululemon right here, bro. This thing is breaking down.
So you're saying Lulu looks doo-doo?
Looks doo-doo, bro. Doo-doo.
Trump posts trade letter to the Philippines. 20% tariffs.
So I'm just this don't make no sense to me. You send these people a letter that you're posting on your profile anyway. So what's the purpose of sending the letter?
Because everybody doesn't follow him. A lot of people detest him. So a lot of people just don't have a clue of what he posts because they just detest him. No one want to read any of his mindful rhetoric or mindless
But
rhetoric,
this is
rather.
it's just for optics, right? Like it's
Yeah,
theater they're putting performance on so that
yeah.
the other politicians get pressure.
I guess they don't have emails or anything else, you know.
Yeah, but if you want like public opinion and to show to your base like how hard you're being and like all the theatrics of it, email doesn't work that way, right? This is
Yep.
all theater. He's putting on performance. If you're actually negotiating and putting deals in place, like that would you would do it in the back room, you would do it through negotiations, like there'd be lots of back and forth. This is not that.
Mhm.
I tried to ignore him and talk to the Lord and pray for him, but some presidents love to perform.
He's going after the big ones right now, right? Algeria, Moldova, Philippines, Iraq.
Algeria also 30% tariff.
The only country so far that's had more than 1% of exports towards the tariffs was North Korea, my understanding. Not North Korea, sorry, Korea.
um, I'm looking at home.
Market trying to push here. Inverse head and shoulders in effect. You see that huge dump on that candle was a little bit of a fake liquidity grab on the back of Trump and Philippine tariff announcement, which is really nothing. Triggering this inverse head and shoulders gives us an upside target of 623.70. I do think that we still can push for new highs on the session. Again, my first trim comes into this previous little pivot low. So right around the 622.65 is where we take our first trim on these 0 DTEs, move stops to break even, and then we ride it for a beautiful potential trend to the new highs of the session. All right, so I've given you my 2 profit targets. I'm looking of my calls off of TP1, which could come very quickly if we get a high volume spike through this area. This type of a dump and then reversal, that was just orchestrated to stop a lot of bullish traders out of the market before they likely spike it to the high side. Now, all these people that got stopped out here with such a fast reversal now having to chase price action, which kind of creates that snowballing effect instead of going downhill. Obviously, price action's floating up here. So get ready to trim into the strength once we hit this TP1. All right.
This chart.
Oh, no, no, no. I'm just saying when.
I can't
Yeah.
bounce from chart to chart that quickly. I got to look at it and kind of see if it's worth me taking a position. And you know what I mean? I got to look it all
Yeah,
the way
yeah,
down through there. So
yeah.
like y'all go to chart quickly because y'all looked at those charts. I'm talking about a chart I haven't looked at since the last time I shorted this motherfucker.
Yeah. Home Depot is definitely my dark horse.
Yeah, that was the beginning of June. Like
Mm-hmm.
shorted this motherfucker. Shit.
Yep.
Had a
We
nice
got.
bounce.
Yep. This is coming back. You know what it's doing on the 30 minute? It's testing that breakout from the first of this month. That's what it came back to do. $364.79. You could mark that on your chart and then look left.
Here we go.
Good morning, folks. How goes it?
Morning, morning.
It goes quite well, thank you. So Elon is saying that Grok was too compliant to the users and it's being addressed. I don't even know what he means by that. Like, how is it compliant to the users? People just ask and get questions.
Yeah, some of those questions are like, who do you think's the best person in the world?
Okay.
Nine fjord. Did you guys see the meme that they hired the new lead engineer? It was Kanye.
No. I think the problem, my guess, right? I don't know. My guess is the problem starting to completely integrate X and XAI, so Twitter and XAI or whatever, Grok. I think those are two, very different groups of users. So it's like, some of the stench from the worst of Twitter bleeding in. So it's going to take some far more, investment in moderation of sorts. I mean, there's a point of no return once you cut too many. It's you can cut. There's a lot of fat you can start and cut, right? But 65% cut, obviously you're going to see things like this and probably much worse before it gets better.
So real quick, RSP looking like it's continuing to push. So is the ticker MAGS. VIX and VVIX both are correlating to the downside. Looks like an H pattern forming and playing out on the VIX. You have SPX approaching 6250, continuing to push higher, along with the other ETFs that are starting to look bullish. Yeah, man, I'm glad I got stopped out of my IWM push because IWM looks like it's super bullish now. Tesla looking like it's starting to curl over, potential H pattern starting to play out, start to look for that. Similarly with Apple, Apple is having an H pattern that's starting to play out on the 15-minute time frame. Meta's upside down H pattern is starting to play out, and Meta's making a play at high of day break. Microsoft's trying to curl around, but starting to just look like an H pattern potential. And Amazon still looks bullish, clear 223, and looks like it wants to continue higher. I'm done.
Kev, what do you think of Arista, ANET, ANET?
Let me look at it. And I mean, like, what kind of time frame are you looking at? So I can kind of.
Couple of weeks. It's the same chart as Meta, 15-minute. If you put them side by side.
Oh yeah, no, this looks real nice.
Yeah,
This is having a nice break. Okay,
I like.
no, this looks real nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's looking like you'll get a bit of resistance at 108. I got 108, then I got 111, and probably it looks like a fair play to 117. It looks like a fair play to 117.
Yep, right on. Yeah, I have 116.24. So yeah, you're right on, Big Kev. ANET. This is a good one.
The only problem I was just watching also ANET. The only problem that I have that the option chains has no liquidity, yeah? So you need to play mostly with common share. How do you want to play it, Monative?
What are you talking about? Arista has plenty of option volume and liquidity.
Okay, I don't see it.
You're looking at A10 or ANET. Arista is
Hold on, no,
ANET.
no. This chain has liquidity, bro.
Okay, ANET. I'm looking at ANET. It has? Okay.
I mean, it isn't an Apple. I mean, it isn't Apple liquidity, but you know, I'm looking at open interest across multiple strikes this week. I'm looking at volume. I mean, not a whole lot of volume, but I'm looking at 1,000 today for the 106. I'm looking at 9,000 and 3,000 respectively for the 110 and 115s for next week. So I see a little liquidity here, bro.
Oh,
Like, I mean,
not next
I'm
week.
looking at
I'm looking for
and I'm looking at
August.
okay, so
August.
I'm looking at all okay, so I'm in August 15th, right? So from the 100s to the 120s has at least 2,000 in open interest on the call side, with the 110s having 4,300 and 29 open interest. So and that's just August OPEX. Let me go a little further. Let me go to September and see. September similar. I mean, like this chain is liquid, bro. I mean, unless you trying to get 1,000 contracts, I think you wouldn't have a problem getting in and out of some contracts. Which like I'm $800
Yeah,
contract. I'm not looking to get
even
800K.
that size, Kev, the market makers are very active. You'll get filled.
Exactly. I mean, this looks pretty liquid, man. I like it, and I like that one. I like the play to 117.
Yeah, I agree with that. Um, real quick, I grabbed Home Depot 380 calls for August 15th.
Bro, I was about to buy those earlier. I was looking at 380s and the 385s. And the
Yeah,
385s has more volume out and more open interest, but I was liking the 380s.
yeah, I grabbed
I was gonna
those.
get those. I just didn't. I do like
Yeah,
that though.
I grabbed those. So what I'll probably do is, because I want to go further out, but I'm not gonna spend that money to buy those January leaps, the 400 leaps that I want to get. So I'm just roll these out to the 400s once these pop. Uh, and I'm still in. I rolled my Meta 730s into the 750s for September 19th.
Hey, Monadev, I was going to say, I'm in it for the long play. I'm in it for a long time now, but I like that company. So,
So
That's a beautiful chart. That chart looks really nice.
yeah, in full disclosure, I actually know the CEO of the company, and I've never, I've never discussed anything with her. I do know her, but setting that aside, they have been leading in the network edge, right? The most profitable part of the network side. They've been leaders for a while now. It's worked really well. But just on this. I got in a large position when it went just about 91, 92, something like that a few weeks ago, and I've been rolling it since. Right, every time I roll it, I double and I keep rolling it. So this is probably the last time I rolled. I'll just take profits, starting another $2-3 from here.
yeah, this is one of my favorites since 2012, man. I know J3 too, like Cisco, leaving Cisco and getting all this. So I played this. I've never lost. This is one of those stickers I've never lost money on.
Yeah, every time it pulls back 5-10%, it's worth
Yeah, just
taking
buy it and leave
a
it. Just buy it
position.
and
Yeah,
leave it. Yeah,
yeah.
that's the way to play this. Yeah, I've called this one out several times. I don't think some people play it, but not a everyone knows the Cisco ticker, but people in the industry knows ANET is a leader, right? They've been a leader for the best part of last decade, right? So
Yeah, I mean, every time it goes below 100, go in size. Every time it
yeah,
corrects at a much higher level, I take only smaller positions. But below 100, I go up in size.
yeah, it's one of those tickers you can, DCA and then be confidently DCA and then leave it, right? I mean, the other upside to it, I don't know, I haven't fully quantified is, everything moving from NVNet to Ethernet back, right? I mean, there's a lot of discussions around things moving back to Ethernet again, right? So this could be, I think that's why it's getting a push back up, although it got beaten up.
SPY looks like it's about to play out in H. Getting towards it.
Dude, look at Boeing. Look at
Q
Boeing.
looks like the H is about to play out.
A Boeing 10-minute chart and a 15-minute chart. 15-minute chart printed on Morningstar reversal. Look at Boeing. The 227 over 220 just took off.
Man, Google is not holding.
No, I think Google's going to sell off as well.
Yeah, it's like, I hope it doesn't like.
Apple's about to play out its H as well. It's rolling over.
Yes, please. Sell Apple.
Are you short, BB?
No, I'm
Apple?
not playing today. I'm just
Oh,
watching.
Look at
QCOM has an
Microsoft.
H on.
Microsoft is selling. Microsoft is about to take out the low and sell off.
QCOM has an H on the 10-minute chart as well. It's about to play out.
I'm just tending my existing positions. I'm short on Visa. I have 340s for August.
Good short. That's a good short. Tesla have an H on the 10-minute too.
I have an idea on as 10 action off of Bull Bear's Home Depot. That's Fortune Brands is Foxtrot, Bravo, India, November. Everything they make is sold at Home Depot, and if you think the Home Depot is going to go, this could go with it. The stock's been consolidating for 6 weeks around the $50 level, and looks like it's ready to start to make a move.
Hey, can you say the ticker again? What's the ticker?
Foxtrot, Bravo, India, November.
FBIN? Oh.
Good morning, gentlemen. I just sold 3,000 shares of Prime from when I bought it in the room at 220. I'm out at 460 for
Nice.
3,000 shares. Keeping 2,000 shares. They're gonna have to do a capital raise here. I don't know when, but
I just
450
grabbed
was my
Microsoft
first.
500 puts.
450 was my first price top take profit, so it was more than a double on stock. I'm keeping the rest just for long term. If it goes lower, I'll buy more. Thank you. That little robot guy that you guys grabbed in the morning and sold at like a double or 50 to 80%. I'm just going to keep. I actually kind of like it. Profitable company. They're in the largest Hong Kong airport. and then they got their biggest
What company?
contract.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Give us a ticker.
Yeah, that. Fuck. 1 second.
SUGP.
Yeah, SUG. It's a little tiny micro cap guy, 15 million, but profitable, 7 million market cap. Uh, wait 1 second. Sorry, I'm looking at SUGP. Uh, 17 million market cap. Mhm. Sales is 25 million. No debt, from what I can tell. 70% owned by insiders, and they're starting to get these big contracts in Hong Kong, right? So $11 million.
Where do you see it's profitable, Jeffrey? I'm looking at it and it says net income of negative 500K.
I don't. Oh, I'm using Finvez, so it says
Oh,
sales is
okay.
25
Yeah.
million, market cap is 17 million. I don't see the debt anywhere, so maybe that's why you see
Ooh, look at
debt.
this
Where do you see
drop
the
on
debt?
Microsoft. Let's go.
I put the link on the timeline, guys. Trump's talking at 10 after 12 today with the African leaders. Video, you guys can watch it. The link is there.
Are you on? Where are you seeing the debt? Because they don't have it here.
Well, I'm looking at TradingView. I'm looking at the financials. It says
Oh,
net, yeah,
better.
net income for last quarter was negative 500K, right? So, I mean, I'll look at it, but CGP, it's only $1, so it's probably worth the buy,
I
right?
guess I
So
guess I have to look at. I don't like that. I thought it was a profitable little company, but
it's SUGP, right? SU Group of Holdings.
SUGP, correct? That's right. I'm looking at Finvez, so
Okay.
let me look at Yahoo.
Yesterday I posted a write up in regards to some stocks that would benefit with the World Cup. ACM was one of my favorites on that chart. I guess I'm the only idiot that followed through with this, and I bought the ACM calls. I guess I'm the only one. I bought the 125 calls for May 2026. If you go to the ACM 1 hour chart, draw a trend line from what is this, June
The
20th,
fuck is going on?
you'll see that it's holding that trend line. And if you look at the 1 hour chart, it's printing a W on ACM. If you want to read more up on this, I already posted something on my Twitter profile. You could go there and take a look at it if you want, but you could draw that trend line yourself from 107.84. You could draw it up to 116.27.
Excuse me, sir. Don't shame me for not buying ACM. I told everybody about FLNC. Nobody wanted to buy it. I told about ADES. Nobody
Oh,
wanted to
dude,
buy it. I put a
I have
chart and everything in that motherfucker.
I have fucking
Yeah,
FLNC has been great. Holy shit.
yep,
Oh, okay.
yep,
Well, maybe somebody bought it. Yeah, that's right.
Well,
That's what I'm talking about.
yep.
But don't
I
shame me
So,
for missing your play, bro.
it was
yes, sir.
Texas Doggy brought that one up a while ago, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna buy it here.
Wait, Texas Doggy brought up
FLNC,
FLNC.
yeah.
Huh.
I don't know when Kev you talked about it, but that's when I bought it.
Well, no, I remember you shared that with me whenever I shared it with you. Whenever I was, I
Oh
think
yeah,
I
yeah,
DM'd you or whatever, and you was like, "Oh, I do have a position in this. Texas Doggy told me about this or
yeah.
whatever."
Yeah. It's been a
Yeah, you
monster.
told me.
Boys, Meta is breaking out.
Did anyone see that SPAC that I put in there? That nuclear in the room this morning?
Which one was it? Because you posted quite a bit in there. Which one?
Yeah, hold on.
GSRT.
That one. Does anyone
No,
have Butters? Have
no,
you
I
ever
didn't see
followed
that
that
one.
thing? Maybe Butters knows it.
I bought
Yeah, I followed it, but
futures.
I didn't like it.
Good to know. Good to know.
Bro, when this fucking H finally plays out on Tesla, it's gonna be wonderful. Um, oh, he already left. Silencious. That F-bin chart, really, it's following the Home Depot chart, and it's cheaper than Home Depot, so you guys could play that instead if you don't want to spend the money on Home Depot. But it's an identical chart, and it's moving in conjunction with Home Depot. So good eye, good catch, Silencio.
Well, Bear, the other thing I was thinking on last night, you're talking about companies for the World Cup. I think one of the roads you got to go down to is garbage
Oh, yep,
because you're going to have that many people coming in, right?
yep. What's that one? Waste management. What's waste management ticker?
You
Waste.
got WM, and
Yeah,
the other one that's a big Canadian company is GFL.
that'll be good for you guys too in Canada. Do you guys know? You know where in Canada they're playing those matches? I'm pretty sure Toronto is one.
Correct.
So there should be a few. But yeah, that garbage play is. I like that.
You said GWL, Butters?
WM.
GFL.
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 Yeah.
Various, you've heard of that company, the big green trucks around.
Oh yeah. They
They're
mentioned
also
one
an
Monday.
infrastructure play in Toronto.
Ah, always love it when you find out a ticker that you never thought about in real life.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
That's
guy's
actually
the owner's out of Vaughan. He's got a crooked nose. That's all I'm going to say.
I mean, listen to me. I'll tell you right now, out of all the tickers that I've brought up for the World Cup, this one actually makes the most sense because you're gonna have to get rid of the garbage somehow. So I actually really love this play. I mean, look at this monthly chart too. This thing is just straight up on waste management. GFL on the monthly chart is printing a W. You see that? But it's printing a looks like a evening star reversal though, but it's in a W on that GFL
Are you
chart.
muting this thing? This thing keeps muting and unmute. I'm watching this thing mute and unmute. This is insane.
No, I'm not. My hand isn't even close to my phone, bro. This app. It's this.
It's the app's fucking up, Kev. So I'll tell you guys something that I heard. I was with a couple police officers last night. Bull Bear, you'll understand this. In Toronto, they're going 2 hours north and surrounding areas to get police officers signed up for the World Cup because they figure that the parties and the turmoil will be so big.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to look towards those security companies like Axon. I think will be big. Anything pepper spray or whatever, or EVLV that we were talking, Kev. I think that's going to be something that's they're looking at.
Like
Yeah.
Garda, isn't Garda kind of getting more into that area as well?
They're more of security. They're actually teaming more BB odd police officers.
So, yeah, I think you're actually really right. It's funny you said that because yesterday, I was talking to one of my good friends, and he goes, "Bro," he sent me a picture. He goes, "Tell me what you see in this picture." It was a police drone. I haven't seen a police drone in New York ever,
We
and now
gotta
they're
find
used.
out who the fuck that is.
We got them all over here. We
We
got them
gotta
all
find
over
out.
Oklahoma. That's all I see them. I see police drones everywhere. I see them. I'm like, oh, he's chasing one down right there. He's after one right there. You see these motherfuckers, bro.
Yeah, they're deploying these police drones.
Next time
We
I
gotta
see one,
find out
look,
that
we're
fucking
test state.
company.
We're the test.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Let me hold on. Let me mute Jeffrey so I don't just have to remove him because I'm finna just remove motherfuckers that just start talking over me like I'm not the host here trying to fucking make a goddamn point here. Like I think my state is the test state for them police drones because I see the motherfuckers everywhere. Every night on the news I'm seeing like a police drone and apprehended the motherfucker.
yeah. I saw that for the first time yesterday. I was like, wait, what? Police drones now? So they're using them quite a bit. In that was in Brooklyn too. So I expect these to be seeing more of these around. It would be really actually. I need to look that up and see who are making these police drones.
V will probably know about that one. Wasn't there a deal with Ondas and the New York Police Department or something?
Yeah, they got 6x revenue. I don't know where it was from, but that just came out this morning. They 6x their revenue. I don't know what it from, Butters, but that's the news I saw. So if that's
Okay.
it, that's huge.
That's the one we need to get on.
Well, I think there's a company called Skydio. Look at it, but I don't know if they're public. That's the one I think they do.
What's the ticker? What's the ticker, Roger?
Oh, they're not. I don't think they're public. I think they work with Axon, so you can look at it. I looked at it a while ago. So they are integrated with Axon, and Axon goes after all these public safety contracts, right? So
Adding to the thesis for the police drones, that's how they monitor the borders nowadays. They just run drones all day.
yeah, look, I'm looking at it now. Skydio is not public, but they have Skydio plus Axon, the complete DFR integration, right? So that's how they do it. I think anything police, you look at it, it's Axon, man. Axon and Motorola Solutions are the two big manufacturer and vendor for anything public safety in the United States.
Hey guys, MT, I think you're totally right. So I've been tracking the New York Police Department drone acquisition for like the past 6-9 months.
There's our girl.
And they have about 100 drones now. They're all Skydio, which is they're the largest drone manufacturer in the US and they're
Yeah,
private.
yeah. There's Skydio, yeah.
Yeah. So the fleet isn't that big of the drones, but the usage has just been like doubling every quarter, and especially in Brooklyn. And it's mainly first responder, but so they'll send it out in lieu of an ambulance and then decide if they need to send in an ambulance, and it's working really well. But they're also using them now to like catch people too. I'll post. I have some stats. I'll throw it up in the nest. But I'm not so bullish on drones for police forces because it's not a huge market and it's smaller budgets. And then what I saw in New York just recently was a New York Post piece that was saying that Ondas was, or the head of the drone department was looking to acquire from Ondas a counter drone unit. So Ondas makes like a box that shoots up like 8 drones that will shoot nets at other drones. I mean, it's kind of silly and wild, but they were looking to do it. I don't know if they did it. I don't think the acquisition would be very large. If they do it, it'll probably be like 1 or 2 units. And it's to counter a lone wolf threat.
Yeah, the thing I know for a fact, this is, they don't, when the public safety agencies put an RFP out there, it's not just for the drone contract in itself. They would be a entire mission critical system, right? That will have a part of it, which would include DFR solution. And, they may go with Motorola Solutions and Axon for the bulk of it. That's why that integration is important, right? So when Skydio actually does with Axon, the deal is won by Axon or Motorola, and it just gets included as part of the contract, right? So they
Hey,
go
somebody
unless they
else
have.
is gonna have to. Hey! Somebody else is gonna have to start up a space. I got an emergency, a medical emergency. I have to go attend to. I have to go now.
Be good, Kev.
We're seeing the S&P trying to work itself higher here, getting back above this previous little neckline zone, back above prior day high. Still just in a little bit of a choppy range, but we're slowly grinding higher. So we've been holding these 0 DTs, 621 calls, quite a long time. But considering we bought in the money, not really too much theta. So we're up right now about 30 cents per contract. I'm still looking for TP1, but I'm probably going to let it pierce through that level to trim half of these contracts. I still think we can grind into the rest of the power hour session late in the afternoon into this upper target. So let's see if we can get some continued momentum. Tesla's still struggling today. Nvidia got pretty hard rejection there on Nvidia 15-minute chart. Shit. Missed on my shorts. So here you have Apple making a little bit of a bullish recovery and semiconductors seeing some profit taking. Names like Micron really breaking down here. AMD still holding steady. Nvidia losing a little bit of support here. here on SPY. If you lose this prior day high on SPY, I don't really like that price action. It's been trying to get above there for really the whole day. Yet again, another choppy session. Big up move in the morning, bigger downdraft, and it's just been sideways chop. Very narrow and tight range to trade in the markets. Bitcoin recapturing 109, seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Tesla continuing to melt a little bit lower, down 1.23%. Teladoc, that's been pretty strong all session. Alibaba taking on the chin today. Start first saying Trump speaking. Thank you. Typically that yields positive results in the market. We've kind of had almost the exact opposite in presidency. Trump speaks, markets pump. When Biden was used to speak, the markets used to sell off. The IWM's hitting some really positive price action. It's pushing higher here. You know, a stock that made a really nice bullish recovery today is ENPH. That was sharply in the morning by about 3% here, and it's just pretty much rallied to the positive side, so certainly impressive. Apple continuing. So this is Apple's short zone, a retest of this little neckline around 209.30. 209.56 is your 15-minute point of control. could get some volume creeping into the markets. Again, TP1 still looking around just around that 623 mark on SPY. We're going to see Meta curl down. That's been on the session. Back testing prior day high once again on SPY. Coiling here for a really large move. If it loses area, we're probably going to see a knife down to the lows. But if we hold, we should see a move back into your opening range. Definitely some sellers off of this opening range low. That's the near-term resistance we're running into. Tesla curling back down. Google still just consolidating sideways. Took a really big knife down there. Getting a little bit of a bid. Trump is done speaking. Let's see if we can trend. We got Fed FOMC minutes at 2. Fed FOMC minutes at 2 o'clock, 13 minutes. Give us a nice push into that. Google still holding steady. Apple still trying to trend here a little bit. Nvidia backing and filling. Microsoft. Sorry for saying Prime Day sales down 41%. Yikes. Yikes. I didn't buy anything. Come on, give us a target here of 623 taps, so at least I can take my first trim on these SPY calls. All of this consolidation honestly makes me want to not want to sell these calls, hold it into the power hour session. So I still think that we can get a pretty strong move here into the end of the day. Tesla trying to hold its prior day low. We're still up on these 621.0 DTEs. We've been patient. I've been adjusting my my target price a little bit higher as we have been consolidating here. Amazon still trying to catch a bid. Natural gas still holding boil. Down slightly in position. That one should bounce here. Surfers want to look at bull. Webull. Yeah, it's starting to rocket here. Is there news on Webull? Definitely that's some heavy volume coming in the last 5-minute candle. There might be some news hitting the tape here on Webull, up 4% now and ripping for that gap. Yeah, there could be some news there on Webull. Let me see if I see anything. I'm not seeing any news yet, guys. Nothing on Twitter. SPY trying to push here. Our calls are waking up. Come on. Yeah, I don't see any news yet on Webull. Yeah, I'm not seeing, but that looks like a little bit of a news spike. SPY's gonna pop here, guys. SPY's trying to pop. Come on. Amazon, a really strong bounce there. nvidia needs to perk up a little bit. Let's see, Mr. Softy. Come on. Alright. First trim is coming into target. I'm going to let it pierce that since we've consolidated. We should have a pretty big spike to the upside here. This is some meaningful consolidation that we've done in the indices. Come on. Let's see if Tesla's participating here. Meta catching a nice little stick. Tesla bouncing off of its prior day low. Bitcoin again turning back to the green side. Don't friggin' tease us, SPY. We've been stuck in this friggin' range for all day. I want us to get a nice pop here on these 0 DTEs. But yeah, it was definitely a nice spike on bull, for sure. And it's still continuing here. There must be news. I'm not seeing it across anywhere. Twitter doesn't even have anything. Yeah, what a spike on bull. I wonder if Hood is participating. No, that's news for sure. That is news for sure. We'll hear the news shortly. But Webull spiking quite nicely here. OpenAI planning to release AI web browser, sources say Microsoft and Google. Let's look at Microsoft. Microsoft not really doing much here. Google. Whoa, holy, look at Google knifing, guys. Wow. Google's absolutely knifing here. Probably testing that 200-day moving average again. We bounced off of yesterday. But Google absolutely knifing. That's a hard dump on Googly. So OpenAI planning to release AI web browser. And here's the thing, I mean, come on. Really, Microsoft? You've got your web browser. You literally have Copilot, you got Bing, you got a web browser. Like, you're not going to steal Google's thunder here. So I think this is an overreaction. Sweep. A lot of people are piling in Google on the long side because we're right at that daily 200 moving average. But let's be real. I mean, searches happen through Google, the lion's share. But definitely some news there hitting the tape. Microsoft's not even really gathering that liquidity. But Google's knifing here. Apple's still catch up here. Yeah, look at Google. Google really, really taking it. But a simple little announcement. So Google dumped there. Nat Gas is trying to break out of a potential 15-minute inverse head and shoulders. I repeat, natural gas maybe wants to break out. It's been trying all day. Can it finally do it? Can it finally trigger this little inverse head and shoulders pattern? We will certainly find out very shortly. Considering that dump on Google, considering the sell side candle on Amazon, we're still holding pretty well here on the S&P 500. That is a near-term bullish sign. I repeat, that's a near-term bullish sign. Let's see, Google filled its gap, going from one of the strongest stocks in the market, roping in all that bullish liquidity. I'm still bullish Google. I think they're really starting to shake people out of these names that are trying to form these really large bullish patterns. You have an inverse head and shoulders on the 4-hour chart that's shaping up. You got some nice consolidation right above that daily 200 moving average. I still like Google. I think this announcement is a nothing burger. Microsoft launching an open AI web browser. Come on. I mean, they've got their search engines. Come on, Spy. Get going. Ticker LEN just printed a new high of day. Lennar, new high of day. Absolutely ripping here. Ten-year yield now down 1.16%. Pretty nasty fall. One minute till FOMC minutes, guys. 1 minute till FOMC minutes. Google getting a pretty big wick back up. Most officials expect to lower interest rates this year. So a little bit of consensus across the board from Fed officials to lower rates. They're considering a rate cut at the next meeting. Again, we've heard that. So far, markets are acting quite well to that rate cut. So consensus for rate cuts to occur this year, one potentially at the next meeting. Some active Fed members did see no rate cuts this year. Mixed bag so far. SPY is trying to push. So it's definitely positive. Come on, SPY. We want those rate cuts. You know you want to soak up that liquidity. Come on. So the US 10-year yield is still at the lows of the session off of these minutes. Let's look at the 2-year yield on my other screen here. 2-year yield still near the lows. So IWM, guys, you can see is absolutely ripping. New high of day on IWM. A new high of day. So I'm expecting the S&P to follow suit here. Small caps are ripping. Beautiful. Come on, SPY. Get your big butt up there. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Come on. IWM's still a monster right now. It's still pushing. Google's still weighing on things a little bit, but I'm expecting that to firm up. So again, with a rate cut expectation potentially into the next meeting, IWM's like, yes, please. Come on, SPY. We're still in the 621 0DTE calls. We're up about 30 cents, 31 cents. Come on. I want these contracts over $2. Give us a high spike move. Give us a high spike move. IWM still absolutely ripping here, guys. Small caps are above that previous high wick. Natural gas trying to trigger in a little bit of a breakout here. Alright, I'm getting some more calls rolling in. Volume starting to increase. Positive flow right now. A little bit more bullish flow hitting the tape. Let's see if they want to chase this. Yeah. Look at Mag's entire move almost reverse. SPY printing. Yeah, it's a pretty strong reversal. We're seeing positive prints coming in, guys. Positive prints. Come on. Here we go. Come on. Keep it pressing. Keep pumping. Keep pumping. We've consolidated quite sharply here. We could see a nice trend here into the end of the day off of Fed official rate cuts at next meeting. The potential. That's all the market needs is the potential. Come on, SPY. Test that 623. Tap it. Punch through it. Punch through it, guys. I'm going to be taking my first trim momentarily. I want to see it punch through this target price zone. Come on. Don't tease us like that. We're up over 30% on these calls. Come on. I want more. We've been sitting through it. I think where we could be heading now. Let me just draw this little channel. think we're going to head to the top of this channel, guys. Come on. IWM still holding firm here. Natural gas is perking. Natural gas is perking up. Our Boyle trade getting close to that going green. An inverse head and shoulders on nat gas 15-minute chart is trying to trigger. There is TP1, guys. I did not take a trim yet. I want to see us punch through that level a little bit more, but target price 1 has been tagged for this trade. It's come slowly, but it's there. Come on, punch through 623. Punch through it, guys. Punch through it. I want to see a nice impulse move through this area. Here we go. Beautiful, guys. All right, I just took my first trim, guys. I took my first trim. Look at that. Beautiful. Moving stops. Look at that punch through. Epic trade, guys. That's what we're waiting for. Look at this. Beautiful. Beautiful. I still have half of my contracts. Look at IWM absolutely smoking here to the upside. We could see a 3-bar surge on the 5-minute here. 1, 2, maybe a punch through. But everyone had opportunity. Beautiful. Come on, squeeze this market. Do not let the trade go against you guys. But that was an epic little move. We've been telegraphing that, and we could still trend higher. We could still trend higher. Look at that reversal on Google. Seeing some positive price action in Bitcoin. A little bit more, actually a lot more green starting to appear on the screen, guys, just from that little pump. Boom. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a short squeeze into the end of the day here. We got 2 hours left in the trading session. We haven't even hit power hour, but we could start a little bit of a nasty trend. Come on, keep holding. Come on, SPY, keep going. You got more in you, SPY. You know you got more in you. So 2 day trades today. Sorry, 3 day trades so far. 2 winners. SPY and Intel. SPY calls, Intel puts. Boyle, unfortunately, that's just not cooperating for the time being. But there's still a lot of hope there. So I'm just going to put a break-even stop on my SPY calls at $1.53. Come on, SPY. Keep printing, guys. Bitcoin starting to perk back up as well, looking to try to retest 110K on BTC. Google, what a nasty little dump on Google. Fake liquidity sweep on Google. They took it right back into that daily 200 moving average, and now they're ripping it right back up to the high side. Look at Amazon's dump on its 41% decline in its Amazon Prime sales, and it's just reversed back to the high side. No stopping mega clan. Look at Apple roar. My oh my, what a monster. This market could absolutely fly into the end of the day. We haven't even got participation yet from nvidia in this little bit of a surge. So if nvidia starts to firm up and break out to its highs, this market is going to soar and roar into the end of the session. Microsoft's breaking out of this 5-minute bull flag pattern. We have got some epic price action. We took 39% first trim on our SPY 621 calls. I'm looking for a much higher price target on the second trim, but the trade is now risk-free. This is where we get to relax. If we get stopped out at $1.53, we get stopped out. We've made profit. If you want to put an in the money stop, I have no issues with that. But I'm going to let this trade have quite a bit of volatility considering we've already trimmed it. Let's look at Mr. Tessie here. Tesla's starting to firm up. Going to the 15-minute chart, Tesla's been bouncing off of prior day low and holding numerous times. Good to see. SPY, Tesla's still ripping here. Keep going, SPY. Keep going. If Tesla can retest this 300, this value area low, that would be a very bullish signal to close the session if Tesla can recapture that. OKTA going for that $100 level. We are seeing prices trying here. Bitcoin looks like it's going to break out above 110 today. Mark my words, BTC looks extremely bullish. Also triggering a potential 15-minute inverse head and shoulders pattern. Bitcoin trying to break out here. Bitcoin could be off to the races off of this bull flag pattern. Top of this channel. Let's look at Coinbase. Coinbase doing well. MSTR. MSTR looks pretty constructive. Circle. Circle, interesting. Back testing down 2%. Maybe this catches a bid. Let's look at Mara. MARA. That's breaking out to the highs of the session. Yeah, man. It looks like strong market price action today. Come on, give us a trend in the session. Give us a nice trend to the end of the session. I'm still extremely bullish Bitcoin. I think that is setting up for a very impulsive move to the upside. Teladoc still trying to rip here up 3.3%. Natural gas trying to break out of this inverse, guys. Natural gas is trying. SPY coming in a little bit. We got a 15-minute little breakout attempt on Boyle and Nat Gas, which takes us to an upside move of about 40.91, 41 bucks, call it. See if that can hold. See Google again. Google still holding steady. SPY coming in a little bit here. Natural gas still firming up here, guys. Let's see if we can get our trades to go 3 for 3 on the session. It's been a patient session. It's been very patient. Here's Tessie. Tessie trying to firm. Can we make a squeeze into the end of the day? I think we can. Come on, SPY. Let's get to TP target 2. Let's give us a nice trend. We've already secured 39% on first trim. SPY calls. I'm looking for more. Tesla might rip to 300 in the blink of an eye. Natural gas, our Boyle trade trying to firm up and break out of this little bit of a basing formation. Bitcoin looking strong. Apple almost doing a full-on red to green reversal. It was down at the lows quite sharply, now making a monumental push to the upside. Microsoft curling to the upside. nvidia trying to participate. Let's look at some of these other semis. Micron trying to get back above prior day low. Let's look at that IWM again. IWM seeing a little bit of profit taking. Roping in some of those bulls at the high, sweeping that bullish liquidity to the downside. Amazon, what a bounce in Amazon off of that lower boundary support. Meta's still looking pretty firm. It looks like it's going to make new highs on the session. Google still holding steady, trying to curl to the upside. SPY trying to hold that opening range low. Can we get to new highs on the session? We're gonna need some pretty decent volume to come in to the market here into the end of the session. Adobe struggling really hard today, down 2.57%. Costco struggling really hard. Lululemon down 1.92. Copper stocks taking on the chin today. Come on, SPY, keep pushing. Google trying to firm up. SPY just putting in a 5-minute chart bull flag. Notice how we called that target price 1 pretty clearly. That's what you want to see when you actually hit a TP zone. Consolidation, because that sets up for the next leg higher. So we should continue to press here. But keep those break-even stops or in the money stops in case This is just one big liquidity grab, but it's looking like we should continue to push higher. Again, we took 39% off of our first trim, but looking for more. Here comes Boyle, guys. Natural gas trying to really firm up. Let's squeeze this nat gas market. Come on. Guys, I'm looking at getting into AR call options. AR, ticker AR. It's a nat gas play. And Terra Resources. I don't like the spread on AR. It's a little bit too big. Scratch that. A little bit too big. Make another little push. Still holding these 621 calls on SPY. They're still up nicely over 35%. We'll see if we can squeeze a little bit more into power hour. Just gonna grab a drink, a little snack. I'll be right back. Alright guys, power hour has commenced. We are printing to the high side on our 621 calls. Things are looking absolutely juicy. Beautiful trade. So we're up just over 60% on the SPY 621 calls. I'm still holding runners. I think we have higher price to go. We're into power hour. I'm just going to keep holding on to these. Not really interested in trimming them unless we get some sort of a really large impulse move into power hour here. But stunning trade. Stunning trade. And we telegraphed that to everyone who tuned into the live stream. There was no issues why you shouldn't have caught that trade with us. We accumulated in two key zones. We ended up going even lower. We accumulated on prior day high, value area low, just piercing those zones. And we've started to make a nice recovery here. I do think that the markets still have some momentum left in it to squeeze. So therefore I'm still holding. And if there's any final questions here, we can look at some individual charts if you want to review. Throw them up in the chat. I'll be happy to discuss some names. But a pretty quiet grind here to the upside. Well, you sold them yesterday, Anonymous? Damn. Yeah, let's look at XBI here. What made you sell? What made you sell? Wow. This is going higher to the 200 at the very least. Self-fulfilling prophecy. I know, we're all there. Won't be the first, it won't be the last. But chart's looking really strong. Inverse head and shoulders, breakout. Pretty clear. Alright, let me know when you get back in and I'll short. I'm considering entering. Mic check? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I mean, I was considering a Snapchat long. That's what I'm looking at. It's had a nice little breakout, pullback, inside bar consolidation. Sandwich between the 50 and the 2. Looks like you want to retest that 50 weekly moving average, which you've tested a couple times here. This might be the small little pullback in SPY before we get that bigger continuation move to the upside. Still think there's a chance we get that bigger move. I'm hungry. This SPY trade has burned a hole in my stomach. It's made me hungry. Didn't expect to be in these 0 DTEs for that long, but the trade still worked out. Pulling back slightly here, but we have taken 39% profit on the first term. We're up over 65% at the highs here. I'm still looking for a nice end of day push here in the market. We'll see if we get that. Nice bounce on peg today, going from red to green. OKTA, seeing some volume. A little bit of a potential trying to break out of this. I think today was very educational. Great. I'm glad, Anonymous. I'm glad. As long as we're learning, and trying to make profits, if Boyle could just on semiconductors, take a look at that move on ON. So I think ON is going to keep running here until we get this 50 and 200 moving average to converge. Once you get that golden cross, that's probably going to be a near-term sell signal. So ON is looking like one of my best semiconductor trade setups in my opinion. I think this one's going to keep running to the high side. It's got a nice bull flag, a sideways chop, breakout. This has got some legs behind it, in my opinion. Starbucks today tried breaking out, getting rejected back below that daily 200. Just needs a little bit more time. XYZ, slightly positive, trading right under that daily 200 moving average. AI as well. I still think AI is going to push higher, but hitting that daily 200 moving average, another name. Stuck at some resistance. Merck's had a really good, strong session. I think Merck is probably going to try to make its way to its daily 200 moving average. Again, Bitcoin is looking like it is going to surge here any day now. I think Bitcoin is sniffing out that US dollar, potentially taking its next leg lower. Be careful. I was also considering pulling a swing trade long on silver today. I think silver's had quite a bit of consolidation here on the daily. I think silver's going to get one more spike higher above 38 bucks, and then it's probably ready for a bigger dip into the 50 MA. But a nice little bull flag. Silver is getting ready here. Let's look at gold again. Gold just trading slightly below its 50-day moving average, getting a little bit of a distribution pattern, but it's still holding okay. You're still holding inside of this green bar candle. So nothing really wrong with gold for the time being. Still acting well. Let's look at uranium, URA. URA, nice little pullback. Again, you got that golden cross really around mid-June. And it's been going through some choppy pullbacks ever since. So names like SMR, a little bit choppy here. Oklo, a little bit choppy here. Looks like they're trying to form a head and shoulders, but I do think that those are going to make another push higher. Nuclear names. Let's look at crude oil. Crude oil again stuck right at that daily 200 moving average. Crude oil's at a really interesting inflection point here. It needs to hold this area or it runs the risk of going lower. Interesting to see energy stocks selling off slightly here. XLE tapping that daily 200. Seeing some sell side pressure. JP Morgan off of that gap up getting sold into all session long, seeing continued weakness. Names like Citigroup as well also getting sold into. So despite yields falling, you've had financials pretty much give up the lion's share of its gains. A little bit interesting there. Again, China stocks have been weak today. You look at FXI. That's another gap down session. So many gap downs, gap ups in China. So many. So many holes on the chart. A very impressive move on Enphase today, guys. This is just showing us that there's some massive accumulation happening down here. For it to be down again around 3% in the morning and then up now 5% on the session. These solar names like Enphase, which I'm very bullish on, I think Enphase over the next 12 months can do a double. It's one of my bold calls. Let's look at FSLR. That one also trying to bounce off of its lows and defend positive price action. Let's look at ticker Run. Run has had a really solid bounce off of the daily 200 moving average. If it can hold above that, it's going for its gap fill above $12. Let's look at this ICLN ETF. That's looking very strong in and itself. Let me see what else I have here for solar. Alright, some other solar names here. We can look at SEDG. Solar Edge, also a strong chart, up 3.9%. Golden cross on the daily, clearing at 50. Also very oversold still, but potentially a lot of room to run on Solar Edge. Let's look at ORA, another solar name that is perking up and breaking some key resistance names or levels, sorry. Let's look at NPI, clearing that daily 200 MA. BE ripping today, that's up 16.9%. Wow. Strong move there. Very strong move on BPE. Sorry, BE. Let's look at ARRY, another fan favorite, household name. That's still strong on the session, consolidating in a tight bull flag pattern. Looking pretty good. Nice bounce. Yeah, I'm still down on that trade. That one's just been lagging my portfolio. I've been watching it brutally, not wanting to mention it because I'm ashamed of that trade. I'm down 11% still on commons. Well, just below 11. So, but I'm watching it. I mean, it's still so oversold. Showing a little bit of life today. Potential bullish engulfing candle. But definitely hurting me though. That was a nasty one that I should have got out of on that candle, that intraday. That one spanked me, taught me a hard lesson. Did not think it would drop friggin' 10% from my entry after it had a huge gap down. But it shows you how far stocks can go, even with big technical supports, right? This is why position management is key, right? If I went all in on my port off of this gap down, I'd be packing up the live stream and crying. But definitely down still quite substantially. I mean, it's into a swing trade level for sure. You know, maybe they want to wait until its earnings report to pump this up nearing the end of July there. We'll see if it can try to make some sort of a move. But yeah, you're back into some 2015, 2016. That's some serious levels. It's definitely a discounted price here. I still think it has room, you know, in 12 months it'll probably try to fill this gap at 57. So let's see if we can get a little bit of a pump left on these 0 DTEs. Again, I'm still holding half of my contracts at $1.53. Right now they're trading around 243 on SPY, looking for a bit more profit. I would love to see 100%. I think if we get to 624 TP2, we'd be up 100% on contracts, and that would be a solid trade. A few thousand in the pocket. I actually haven't mind buying the in the money calls today, because the theta burn, if we were buying out of the money, would have just annihilated us. So in the money was the right call today. And the only reason I did that in the money, I don't typically do that for 0 DTEs, but that chop day yesterday was a little concerning. You wonder how many shares. Full port anonymous. All right, Tesla making a nice little break here, high of day. I'm down about 42 cents on this oil trade. That's also trying to firm up. I was looking at some AR calls, EQT calls. I think that there's a potential trade on AR off of a dead cat bounce in nat gas. I'm looking at the 3650 calls for July 25th. I'm thinking about just slapping the ask at 95 cents for the 3650 calls on AR. So AR right now down a couple percent. If we buy the 3650s and nat gas has a green day tomorrow, and by Friday I I mean, 36.50. We could have the calls in the money tomorrow. So I'm considering just slapping the ask on AR here. $0.95 right now, July 25th. Look at the moving SPY, guys. Beautiful moving SPY. Tesla curling up. Let's look at our Google trade. Google still recovering nicely from that epic bounce and sell-off. Amazon starting to make a run for it. Meta curling to the high side. Nice. Contracts are absolutely flying here, guys. We're up over $1.20. Here we go. I have 8 SPY contracts left. 8 SPY contracts left. Trimmed half of them already for 39%. We're absolutely printing on these runners. Up over 80% on these runners, guys. Come on. Up over 80% on these runners. Let's squeeze it. Let's squeeze into end of day. Market is in bull market rally mode. We are still very bullish. Look at nvidia. Trying to catch a little bit of a break here. How's that Apple to Apple doing? Apple made a nice little recovery. Back above POC. Sandwich between prior day low and high. Meta's still trying to curl to the upside. Enphase is absolutely ripping, up almost 5% on EMPH. I just need to grab something to eat, guys. Just 1 second. Bitcoin ripping here. BTC. Look at BTC. We've warned you. BTC was coiling. 110 and pushing. BTC ripping here, guys. Our IBIT calls are flying. We said, watch Bitcoin. We are bullish. I'm seeing a protein bar, guys. Pump it, Bitcoin. Pump it. One of the cleanest charts, daily charts on Bitcoin. This was such an epic back test of your 20. JP 5.6 million call sweep. Thank you. Come on, SPY. Spike higher here. Come on, SPY. Bitcoin's still pumping here, guys. BTC up 1.23%. Let's look at Ethereum here. Boom! Blast off for Ethereum. Ethereum up over 4.83%. Ethereum trying to get a little going here. Definitely still more relative strength on the longer time frame for Bitcoin. Let's see what else we got going here. Bitcoin sniffing out that rate cut. It likes that cheap liquidity. Pumping to the high side here. Here we go. Bitcoin's trying to test a major pivot zone. You have some 4-hour chart resistance. I'm expecting a sweep of that liquidity, a blast through that area, and then a pullback, a little pullback. SPY trying to catch a little bit of selling, back testing that previous opening 5-minute range. I think we just sit back and let this market do its thing. Whatever happens to the SPY calls at this point happens. I'm not trimming unless we hit TP2. 30 minutes left, guys. 30 minutes. SPY. So we're watching Bitcoin seeing a little bit of selling here. Just some minor selling. Nothing crazy. New high of day on ticker AI. AI. We are bullish AI, riding those September $30 calls. AI should maybe see a minor pullback at this daily 200, but then we should have a pretty sharp move to the upside, a continuation move on AI. It's looking very, very strong. Closing potentially the week above the weekly 50 MA. Very good move for ticker AI. And look at this little pattern on ticker AI. You're approaching this little resistance trend line, but if it breaks through that, you've got a nice little cup and handle inverse head and shoulders formation, which sets up, wow, a 92% rally from the neckline if it were to break out, sending it to 43 bucks, nearly a double. And let's just see how long that would roughly take. Wow, that's a small base on AI. That could run very quickly. Wow. That could have a strong end of year rally. That's for sure, ticker AI. Could have a very strong end of it. It makes me want to buy some more calls, but I'll stick with what I have. And then we can always roll up and out. Google, still trying. Tesla, still trying. BTC will keep Bitcoin up because crypto is shaking and moving here. Going for another new high. Meta curling a little bit to the downside. Apple's now turned green, back above 210. Apple looking a little bit more firm now. DOC, Teladoc catching a little bit of volume. Trying to firm up. Google curling back up. I think we've had a really nice consolidation pattern on CRM. I repeat, CRM. Creating this flag pattern off of your volume weighted average. Look at Bitcoin flying, guys. BTC absolutely pumping to the high side. Holy, testing 111. Here comes the volume. Take a look at our IBIT calls. They're absolutely moonshotting here. Sorry, I just saw a huge spike in my profit there. Look at that candle on BTC. What a monster. Our IBIT calls are absolutely ripping face here. Now our SPY calls are starting to participate. Our whole portfolio is going up here. Massive moves across the board. Monumental push through that volume, spiking and sweeping that liquidity on BTC. Nasty little breakaway. Tapping that 111. Holy. We are absolutely printing on these IBIT calls. What a monster move, guys. Monster. Take a look at our IBIT calls. They are almost in the money, guys. Our IBIT calls are almost in the money. Beautiful move on IBIT. Let's see what CRCL is doing. Yeah, that's trying to get some liquidity and volume as well. Coinbase and MSTR obviously ripping. Look at that move on Coinbase. Up over 5% on Coin, going for new highs. Coinbase should hit over 400. MSTR is a printing machine today as well. But our IBIT calls are doing quite well, guys. We're up almost 100% on our IBIT calls. And we got lots of time left for Bitcoin to continue to trend here. Another beautiful swing trade, very profitable. That was one of our most bullish setups. Look at SPY. SPY still trending here to the upside. Come on. Over 70% on these SPY calls. I want more though. I think we can still hit TP2. We got 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Beautiful. Beautiful. That Bitcoin chart is set for new all-time highs, guys. You have a very strong inverse head and shoulders pattern on BTC. If BTC wants to squeeze out some of these shorts, you know, I have a target of 115, but just an FYI, the complete measured move on Bitcoin is a move to 119 based off of an inverse head and shoulders pattern. So my target's 115, but BTC, wow, look at this liquidity coming in. Ho ho ho, man. Look at this. SPY still trying to trend here. Give us another spike, SPY. Bitcoin just absolutely rocketing to the upside, guys. Remember, Russell Long, BITO. I have some common shares on BITO. Bitcoin's still moonshotting here, guys. Craziness. Full force. So it looks like I'll be swinging my natural gas trade overnight. My BOIL, B-O-I-L, I'll be swinging that overnight. SPY calls are still up nicely, up over $1.20 on these SPY calls. Come on, can we get more? My runners are printing almost $1,000 here. Bitcoin, is Bitcoin going to spike to a new all-time high today? It is absolutely printing to the high side. We are very close to printing a new all-time high on BTC. Come on. So tomorrow we do have quite a bit of data. We have continuous job loss claims, initial job loss claims at 8:30 in the morning. We have natural gas storage at 10:30. We have a 4 and 8 week bill auction at 11:30. 1 o'clock we have a 30-year bond auction. Fed Waller speaks. Then we got the Fed balance sheet after hours. So there's quite a bit of data tomorrow that could be market moving. Really, your big ones are your 8:30 a.m. at the initial job loss claims and your 30-year bond auction. So today, the 10-year bond auction just absolutely plummeted to the ground, but there is quite a bit of data tomorrow that could be market moving. All right, still in the 621 0 DTE SPY calls. We are still printing profits on these. I'm up almost over 75%, pushing 80% here. Come on, SPY, give me one spike higher. I want to see 100% on these SPY calls. Here we go. We are still pumping BTC, Bitcoin. Let's go. Give us this liquidity spike. Contracts are up almost 80%. Let's do it. I have 8 SPY contracts left. I want higher. Give us a squeeze into end of day. Give us a nice big pump. Let that volume come in like Bitcoin. Come on. This market is bullish. You're seeing risk assets absolutely flying off the charts. Bitcoin going for a new all-time high. Come on, SPY. Go a little bit higher. These 621s, guys. We called them out early. Play by play. Another beautiful trade. Look at Bitcoin go. Only a few $100s away from all-time highs. I'm suspecting that because it's so close now, it is going to sweep the all-time high. Look at that candle. Call it a God candle. Look at SPY printing, guys. We're up over 80%. The spread between SPY 621 calls are getting very large here, indicating, there you go, a spike higher. You're seeing some top wicks. That was a big spike higher into the 310 ask zone. We're up over 100% there at the high of that wick. I'm still holding in case we get a bigger move. But I'm going to move my stop loss now on SPY to in the money. I'm going to put a 253 stop loss. So I'm locking in a full dollar on the remaining 8 contracts. So I'm walking away with $800 regardless of what transpires here in the last 10 minutes. A lot of volatility there. We might get stopped out on our runners for another... Come on, perk it back up. Bitcoin's still going. $253 stop loss for me on my 621 calls. That's still locking in at least 65% gain. We're still pushing here. Come on. Come on, SPY. Make another move higher. You still got time to push. New high of day. Or at least hit TP2. We're so close. Meta running into a little bit of selling. Tesla's still slightly down. Guys, 253 stop loss in place on my 621 calls. Locking in gains regardless of what happens here. We're about to get stopped here. Still living to fight another day. We're seeing volatility. Look, guys, SPY hit my stop loss there. Locked in a full dollar profit on the remaining 8 contracts. I am all out. All out of SPY 621 calls. Beautiful. Just over $1,000 profit on that trade. Look at Bitcoin. We are pumping here, guys. It's almost there. Come on, IBIT. IBIT calls are going to probably get in the money off of this pump. Our $64 IBIT calls are coming into fruition here, guys. Look at this epic move. Here we go. What a monster pushing. But it wants it, guys. It's going to tap that all-time high and pierce it. It wants that all-time high. You can smell it. You can see it. We're up over 100% on our $64 calls, guys. We're up over 100% on our $64 IBIT calls. Can we get a little bit more? IWM still firm. SPY trying to float right back up. Come on, Bitcoin, give us a new all-time high push. Pump it. Bitcoin's now up 2.6% and trying to climb. Very strong price action. Look at Apple. Oh my goodness. Whoops. Come on, BTC. Almost there. BTC's almost there, guys. Look at SPY. Oh my goodness, right back up to the highs. BTC's almost there, printing a new all-time high. Look at what Apple's doing here. Apple making a god candle to the upside. What an epic reversal on Apple. Holy, look at this move to the upside for Apple Dapple. Monumental push to the upside. Crazy price action here at the end of the day. Bitcoin making new all-time highs on the Binance chart. BTC just tapped new all-time highs there, guys. Small pullback off of that all-time high. Small pullback for Bitcoin off of that all-time high. But BTC with a new all-time high, guys. You saw it here live. Apple's just absolutely printing to the high side. It just trimmed half of my IBIT calls. 103% profit. Trimmed half of my IBIT calls. 103% profit. Move stops to break even. Look at that SPY pump. SPY ended up hitting our target price too. Anyone still holding those 621 0DTEs, congratulations. Another highly profitable couple trades here. Intel SPY. SPY absolutely monster profits again on the session. Now all we need is Boyle to firm up tomorrow on the day trade front, and we'll be laughing. But beautiful little session again today. We had some nice calls accumulating off of the lows on these S&P 500s. And you can clearly see SPY has had a phenomenal pullback. Buying pressure right back into the highs of the session. and Bitcoin setting new all-time highs. Tesla not really participating. Still a lot of red in this tape. Anonymous has really emphasized the divergence yet again in the market, with mega cap tech pumping this market up to the high side. Again, but I took over 103% on half of my IBIT calls. I still think Bitcoin is going to push to about 115K. Complete upside measured move is around 119. So still quite a bit of juice to squeeze out of this trade, in my opinion. But obviously, with an all-time high double top, we could see a little bit of backing and filling here before it breaks out to its next leg higher. Wonderful job today, guys. So again, a couple new trades on the books for members. 2 new September call option plays. We can discuss them over the next few days, but nevertheless, thank you all for tuning in. Another wonderful session here in the live day trading room. Another profitable day trading session. And hopefully everyone was able to make money today on the live stream. If not, just at least learn something while watching us live trade here. Thanks for all your support, and we'll see you on the charts tomorrow.